Good evening, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get the meeting called to order and started. I've been advised that the mayor and the vice mayor are joining remotely, so I do want to be prompt. We have this meeting scheduled from 6 to 6:30, and it's probably going to take us a little bit longer, so I do want to be as efficient as possible. And thank you so much for being here. With that being said, I want to go ahead and call the meeting to order.
Councilmember Collazo.
Present.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Here.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Ruano.
Present.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Present.
Mayor Sid.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Let's start with a prayer led by Councilman Dieguez.
Please everyone stand on your feet and bow your heads, close your eyes, and join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you very much for another day of life. Thank you for giving those of us on the day. It's the privilege of being able to serve the residents of Miami Lakes. Please guide us as we make the decisions that we have to make this evening. Please give us also the grace to be able to handle disagreements in an agreeable manner. And we ask all these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilwoman Ron. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. You can be seated. Before we get started, the order of business just has one item on it, where I believe, two items for this. Any additions, deferrals, deletions? Hearing none.
Councilmember Collazo, I'd like to move item 8B after public comments.
So we're moving item 8B, the proposed millage rate, after public comments. Thank you, Councilman. Any additional additions, deletions, or deferrals?
I'll move it.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Public comments?
Mr. Chair, before we get there, as a housekeeping item, I'll move to waive the rules as it pertains to item 8B.
Motion to waive the rules pertaining to item 8B.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'll be voting no to waive the rules on these for transparency's sake. I mean, we have two items that are being waived. One is a 4-day rule item, and the other one is not a very mundane one. 4-day rules, we've done it many times in the past. The other one is the one when we pass an item and there's reconsideration and there's a certain time period. So I won't be doing that. I think for our residents' sake and for transparency purposes, because when the clerk called me to ask for a special call meeting, it was just for one item, not any other items.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair, if I may, just to ask the attorney perhaps to explain his interpretation of that.
Thank you.
I think it's very important for the
Thank you,
public
Mayor,
to know.
for your comments. Yes, point of personal privilege, Councilman Dieguez to the attorney.
Lorenzo is the one who's gonna walk us through this.
Right, before you have one rule, which is 6.5. 6.5 is a rule that says that any item within 6 months that has already been heard cannot come back to be rescinded or basically voted down. This rule, and the clerk has been really helpful in trying to figure out how this rule came to be and all the other rules that we have. And it's a very old rule. It's a rule that we adopted back in 2005, I believe, where Mayor Sternheim was our town manager, and he brought the rules over from the BCC, the Broward, the Board of County Commissioners from Miami-Dade County. So that particular rule has been applied, as far as we can tell, mostly for new business items. Notwithstanding, this particular item, because it's been less than 6 months, and because you're bringing it back, you should have a waiver. At the time that it was adopted, it was by simple majority. In 2015, in the wake of Michael Pizzi's arrest, we went ahead and we amended a lot of our rules. And this is one of them that amended to require a supermajority. In other words, it requires 2/3 of the council to be able to approve it in order to move forward. The 4-day rule that the mayor discusses may be also applicable, depends on how you look at it. 4-day rule is not really defined anywhere in the council rules. Again, we have to kind of go back, and this is a rule that's really defined in the Miami-Dade County rules of their rules for their commission, and that rule basically says that you can't, for regular meetings, you can't hear an item that has been added 4 days prior if the 4-day rule is called. Now, the way it works in our rules is it appears twice. One with regards to new business items, and in that case it has been used frequently, and the other one is also where there is an item for a regular council meeting that is brought up after the agenda has already been published. In this case, I think the mayor brings up a very good point, and it's not something that's very well clarified in our rules, which is when you call a special meeting and then you go ahead and you add an item afterwards, whether it requires a waiver or not, it doesn't appear in our rules. So I can understand his sense of frustration. But in this case, this item and the regularly scheduled meeting agenda item were published both at the same time. But in abundance of caution, it wouldn't be bad for you guys to hear it, and also if you decide to waive one, waive the other. I think that would probably be good and transparent on your part. Does that answer your question, Councilman?
The question was through Councilman Dieguez.
I'm sorry.
Councilman Dieguez, does that satisfy your inquiry?
Just two more quick points of clarification, if
Yes,
I may,
Councilman.
Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the attorney, based on what you just said, it's your interpretation that the 4-day rule applies to regular council meeting new business items. Is that accurate? Or at least that would be because you use the term regular meeting, so that's why I just
It would seem that way if you take a look at the definitions that's used by the Board of County Commissioners. There's nowhere that either the clerk or I were able to look that it's ever been defined in our own rules, what the 4-day rule means. Now, the 4-day rules, or that term, appears twice. One for items that are brought forth after the agenda has already been generated. That's not the case here. The agenda was generated with both items at the same time, or when there is a new business item that is brought 4 days prior to a council meeting. That's where it's been used.
Okay, yeah, and that actually answered my other question. So I have no further questions, and yes, it does accurately or sufficiently address my question. Thank you.
Point of personal privilege through the chair.
Yes, go ahead, Councilman, you're recognized. Councilman Alvarez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. To the attorney, can you specify which items you're speaking to? Is it the item 8A or 8B after the mayor's comments?
Yes, Vice Mayor. This is relating to item 8B, which I believe is Councilman Fernandez's new business item to revisit the tentative millage.
So according to what you just stated, we are not allowed to bring forth another item that was voted on until 6 months later. Is that correct?
That's what Rule 6.5 states. If you want me to, I can read it into the record verbatim. But it can be waived provided that a supermajority, which is 2/3 or 5 of you, it's really 4.6, but there's not a 0.6, so it's 5 of you, decide to vote to waive the rule.
Thank you, Lorenzo. No other questions, Councilman Collazo.
Vice Mayor Alvarez, I want to apologize. I referenced you as councilman, and I want to make sure that we're setting the proper tone. And Vice Mayor, thank you, Vice Mayor. I do have two questions regarding this, and I'll go ahead and ask them. Then anybody else that has any other questions can go ahead and opine. With regard to the 4-day rule, there have been items that have taken an affirmative vote by this council and have come back in less than 6 months. And one that I can clearly remember, and most of us can probably remember, is the bond language, right? Putting one part before the other. So historically, there has been a precedence where we have, as a council, decided we can rehear items prior to 6 months, correct?
That's correct. This is not a rule that has really been invoked by the council with any frequency. It was kind of hard for the clerk and I really to find an instant. Notwithstanding, it is your rule, and if we're following procedure, you should waive it.
I just wanted, in recent history, I remember that there has been items that we have brought back.
That's correct, Councilman.
as exceptions to this rule, and I wanted to make sure that was one of the ones that I remember. I don't know if there have been others, but I know clearly Councilwoman Morano and I will remember that item. The other thing that I had concern, has this been properly posted to the public? And that's my question to the manager. Have we followed every procedural posting requirement for this item for the public to have notice? 'Cause I know that's a big thing, transparency, and I know what we've talked about. Has the public had notice on this particular item? And
Yes, sir. We've exceeded the requirements.
Okay, thank you. Those are my two questions. Yes, Councilwoman Morano, you're recognized.
Councilmember Collazo, there was a time, and I just want to bring it up because it was brought up to my attention. The calendar on our website had the meeting scheduled, but no agenda was attached. I don't recall for how long there was no agenda attached. I brought it up to the clerk's attention, and then the agenda was attached at that time. But when this was posted on our calendar, there was no agenda attached to it. So the public did not know what was to be discussed in this special call meeting. Neither Councilmember Dieguez's item nor the addition from Councilmember Fernandez.
Yeah. If I can just.
Yes, Mr. Manager.
For clarification and for Councilmember Ruano's sake, the requirement for special call meetings is 48 hours. This agenda, complete agenda, was posted 96 hours, so double the minimum requirements of a special call meeting. They were posted since last Thursday online with a full agenda.
Councilman Collazo?
Yes, Mayor, you're recognized. I actually feel weird
Yeah.
recognizing you. Yes, Mayor, you're recognized.
I just have two quick things, one to the clerk and one to the attorney. Madam Clerk, when you contacted me last week about requesting a special call meeting, the only item that was brought to my attention was, I just want to make sure that I got it correct, was Councilman Dieguez's item, correct?
Yes, that is correct. The special call was call for the item of Councilmember Dieguez, and that was like 7 or 8 days ago.
But this item, you didn't call me about this item to ask if I was in favor of having it heard again, right?
No, we never do. In the past, I have been told that we never have to call for items that get added to the special call. We only convene for the item, the original item, which is the item 8A, the one from Councilmember Dieguez. The other one was,
Thank you, Madam.
was on Thursday, and that's when we generated the agenda, both at the same time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And to the attorney, so if 3 council members right now vote no, even though it passes 4-3, they need a supermajority, so it won't get heard, correct?
In order for this item to be heard and waive Rule 6.5, it requires a super majority or a 2/3 vote. 2/3 vote would be 5 out of 7.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to rescind my motion and renew it, though, at your advice, to include, just for safety purposes, the 4-day rule requirement as a waiver. So my motion then will be then to waive Rule 6.5 as well as the 4-day rule as it applies to item 8B.
Second.
So there's a motion to waive the rule. There's a second. Is there any further discussion regarding the waiver of the rule? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
No.
Mr. Chair, I would
not
ask
pass.
for a roll call vote for clarity.
Okay.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
No.
So the motion fails.
Okay, waiver of the rule fails. So do both that item fails then, correct?
Correct. Unless somebody
move.
from the other side were to reconsider, but I guess for the time being, let's go to public comments.
Okay, public comments.
Welcome to the meeting.
Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Menzies Terrace. I'm a little confused. What just happened? Are we attending a meeting where we're going to discuss about the millage?
It appears that we're not going to discuss the millage.
You're not going to discuss the millage?
It appears that we're not going to discuss the millage.
Okay, well then I'm thrilled about it.
I would still ask you,
I would encourage you to still exercise your right to put your comments on the record.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say that we were very surprised as a community that actually it was not, that you are bringing us back for the millage, because it was something that everyone was applauding. Not only that, in the news, in articles, on videos on YouTube, the mayor was telling everyone that Miami Lakes was the #1 city because we had done something that no one else had done. And it was so shocking to me that we would actually be coming here, because after all of that, and everyone thinking that Miami Lakes finally did something that's absolutely awesome for the people, I was like totally, I came out of my house, which I try not to do anymore, and I go, what on earth is going on? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Esther Bonnie Cintrone, 14770 Lewis Road. Good evening, Mayor Sid, council members, and staff. I'll be brief, but before I start the comments, I do want to say the best way to communicate and get word to the community that there is going to be any kind of meeting or activity that the town is sponsoring, the electronic signs are an excellent way to go, because that one on 154th going west catches everyone's eye, and I think there's one at the Optimist Field that you can use. We could use 2 more on the other ends. All right, now to get to my comments. I'm going to ask a question. How can we, the residents, have confidence in you and believe that you are truly interested in doing what is best for the majority of the residents if we can't even see you abiding by a resolution that we thought already had been voted upon? How do you expect us to feel any kind of stability or trust in your authority? All of us, I understand your reasoning for doing this questioning of the millage again, but all of us have been hit with the rising cost of living, yet we are all expected to tighten our belts and live within our means. Yes, salaries and Social Security benefits have increased, but they do not help, because we end up still not having enough discretionary money to use because of the high prices, and in some cases people just can't even make ends meet anymore. But we all cut back wherever we can, and you who are administering our town budget have to learn to do the same. This is no time to be spending more and taxing more. The rolled back millage rate will do perfectly well if you stop some of the frivolous or unnecessary programs you keep trying to initiate through grants or by granting variances to developers, including the Graham companies. This is not the time to grow. It's the time to take care of what we already have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cintrone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Angelo Garcia, 16441 Northwest 77th Place. Folks, I don't know. I think that pretty much the majority of the people that come up here, you guys look at them and it's the same old thing. You look at them and you think they're just, here they come again. The same story. You don't listen to them. But you don't know that you're affecting your own self on the long run. Okay. I know we only have, Madam Clerk, I think that thing is wrong. I haven't been talking for 30 seconds. It's impossible. But anyways, Madam Clerk, if you'd be so kind, if you can read into the records what Dr. Albert Aguirre sent you, the finance budget, I would really appreciate it. Folks, after listening, I thought we were going to talk about the millage. But I found out at the very last minute that we're trying to saddle up this town again and get them, you guys, you don't rest. You don't get a resting moment. You always got something new under your belt to always saddle us up. Mr. Peterman, I don't know what's going on, but it all falls in your court, okay? So at this very moment, I'm going to recommend you guys that you think about it, that you look at that budget that Mr. Albert Aguiar gave you, there are millions of dollars on that budget. So you're not behind on money. What I do recommend you is that you start to figure out where you're spending your money. Somebody's spending the town money and the residents' money in the wrong way. And I can give you hundreds of of issues, because I can tell you, you're spending money, just one, and there's tons of them. You're spending money on these little G.I. Joe kids, things to put on the trees so the roots don't grow. They're called root barriers, by the way, Josh. I'm going to bring you a real root barrier, and it's actually not going to cost us any money. So somebody is misusing the funds of this town. Just don't have the time. But somebody's going to educate you guys. I highly recommend that you guys, that goes for all of you, that you start to think of what we're going to be doing to this town. Because if you don't think you'll hurt it now, you'll hurt it in the long run. There's a lot of people selling their homes. So, social media will keep you posted. So, do the right thing, but a lot of you, I think, don't do the right thing. You claim that you are, when you're running your campaigns as a conservative and all this stuff. I'm extremely upset. I can't even, half of the words I can't say though. But all I can tell you is that.
Thank you. I need to be fair to everybody. Thank you.
This is your town. Think.
Thank you, Mr. Quadra. Mita, I think that podium might have your name on it.
It says, please do not remove. So we were, Martha Mendez, 7,000 Glen Eagle Drive. So we were saved by a technicality. And I spent my whole afternoon researching, because I wasn't gonna let you get away with it. You give us the rollback and then you're gonna take it away. So I went back 10 years. 10 years I went back to find out what the overage, every November without fail, it's the reconciliation of the budget. And every November, for 10 years I went back, I didn't go any further than that. In 13, operating surplus, $1.1 million. In 14, $652,000. In 15, $465,000. In 16, $1.1 million. In 18, $962,000. In 20, $556,000. In 21, $418,000. And in 22, $1.5 million, which means without fail, whatever it says on the budget, you have a reserve that's coming to you in November every year, because you report the income at 95%. And that's how it gets there. Now, how do we get into issues like this? Because you forfeit your right, and you give the town manager the right to suggest an ad valorem. This is your decision to make before we get the papers. You have to come up with a number. You have to tell the town manager what you're willing to do, what you want to do. And the town manager, from your discussion, you don't have the workshops in September. Have them before all of this gets out of proportion and gets out of whack. Because now the only time you have to change anything is on the date in September. And I don't think that your workshops are going to work, because the number has to be in before that. So you are forfeiting your right, and that right that we, the voters, have given you. And I hope this changes from now on, so it doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comments before we go? Yes. Yes, Esther, go ahead.
Good evening, Esther Cullen, 6855 Cassia Place, Miami Lakes, Florida. Council members, Mayor Carlos Alvarez, forgot him. The town has enjoyed a surplus since the administration of Alex Ray, which has really been for over a decade. I applaud Mayor Sid in his video. He clearly outlined and acknowledged that we've enjoyed a surplus in the past 5 years. However, this is the first time he's ever voted for a rollback rate. I've stood here before while I ran for council. I understand the trim bill to perfection. He explained it very well. The town has enjoyed over 95% of ad valorem proceeds. There is where lies the surplus. In addition to that, we have franchise fees, we have utility fees, we have telecommunication fees, we have stormwater fees, and let's not forget our famous special taxing district, which Loch Lomond at the one right now is totally ridiculous. Look at the budgets. I have done what Mr. Aguillet has done. I have requested financials. The truth of the matter is, not that long ago, we hired a grants consultant. We gave her X amount of funds, and most of the grants have an administrative fee overhead that you can charge and build into that salary. If you look at your budgets, you also have a lot of inter-fund transfers for administrative fees. So you take from the stormwater to pay a portion of the town manager, you take another portion of this thing to pay for the town attorney, and maybe we need to start thinking about reducing that staff too. As it pertains to state shared revenues, I read the report because it is public record. State shared revenues can fund the needs of this town, not the wants. You have to stop putting this little extra money that you have, which is millions, and I'm going back to the days of Alex Ray, and I'll continue with Mr. Peterman. Stop it. We're not dumb. The problem is that you don't have people coming here. You know why? We're tired of the same little games that you're playing. And what you're doing is, we're not stupid. It's offensive that this is happening. We come here for one thing, knowing that it wasn't public notice, because I also noticed it wasn't on the agenda. Start focusing on what the citizens and what this town needs. Go back to the basics. Form the Budget Citizen Committee. What are you afraid of? We have competent people. We have retired administrators. We have accountants. Go back to zero-based budget. If you remember when the manager was hired, we talked about zero-based budget. And what happened? Don't talk about it. Because when you do that, you find out where we're overstaffed and where the misspent money is. I just ask that Mayor Sid, thank you for putting your message online and making it concrete of the 5 years. But maybe it's time that we start going back, or maybe it's time that we unincorporate and take our town back.
Thank you, Ms. Colon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comments?
Hi, everyone. Well, I'm a student at Barbara Goldman. My name is Diane Jimenez. And I don't have an associate's degree. I don't have a fancy bachelor's degree. I don't have a master's degree like most of you out there do. But I just want to point out something. If I go to the store and I don't have enough money to buy for something, I don't buy it, right? So I don't go over my budget. I stay under it. Or I use the funds that I have to buy something that's a little less expensive and invest in what I can do. And I think that the town, especially, I'm a student. I don't even live in the town. I live right outside of the town, and my parents have been trying to move into the town for some time now. But the issue is that, yes, there's a lot of people selling their houses, but how many people are buying houses in Miami Lakes? Right? That's another question we have to put out there. The economy is atrocious right now, and it's not your fault. Sadly, we have a horrible president right now, but what can I say? And the only way for us to have a robust economy is for us to lower our spending. And I sort of have a quote from a president called Ronald Reagan that said that the problem is not that people are taxed too little. The problem is that the government spends too much. And this happens at the federal level. This happens at the state level. And sadly, it's happening at this level of government. If you have the acquired funds from the taxpayers, you have to lower the amount of things you do as a government. Because you're not going to have a surplus. You're not going to take that money and invest in other things because you are wasting the funds by raising at least from what I saw throughout the year, by raising wages. And I don't mean to offend you, town manager, but you're earning more than the governor, like the mayor said. And I don't think that's fair. So if that's not fair, there are a lot of things for you guys to reconsider. And I would definitely support some type of committee to lower the amount of money that you guys use, because it gets to a certain point where you guys are wasting money. You guys are wasting money, because if you guys weren't wasting money, this wouldn't happen. It just wouldn't. You guys are not going to have a park. You guys are not going to have cleaner streets. You guys are not going to have a new built sidewalk, which I know that a lot of the candidates, a lot of you agree on a lot of stuff. Work on the stuff that you guys agree on. Stop wasting time debating, because this is happening at the federal level, and sadly, this is starting to become a little like the House of Representatives right now. And I don't think that's fair. It's not fair to the taxpayers. If we want to be transparent, let's be transparent. And I'm not here to reprimand you guys. Again, I'm just a student in the town. But I'm saying, if from a student's perspective, it's messed up, from a town taxpayer perspective, it's even more messed up. So you guys have to get, your act together and do something for the town, because honestly, I'm tired of the politics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Bill Perez, 7167 Ballantrae Court. Okay, I'm going to be totally different than everybody else a little bit, but that's what's expected. First of all, I think your budget process is broken. All right? You should be working this budget workshop out a lot earlier. We're down to the last few months, weeks of dealing with the budget, and we just found out because the town works hard. But you had a process, and you kind of short-circuited it by voting early on the rollback before the process was done. And the lesson learned is, don't try to outsmart a process. But let's make this process better. And now we found out we may have a shortfall of over $1 million in our police services. That's substantial. That is critical services. I don't want to be the town that defunds the police. But at the same time, a lot of folks I respect say, is that just a scare tactics? Because there's folks that don't have a lot of trust on what the budget looks like. And so you got two challenges. One, fix your budget process, and two, increase trust. And I think people have suggested, Mirta suggested a really good recommendation of starting the budget process earlier. And I think Esther recommended another good recommendation of having some kind of civilian committee composed of those who have the qualifications to provide a recommendation. And you make that committee composed of those who have very opposing opinions, and it's going to be something you probably could at least take as a straw man plan. And like I always say, no plan ever survives first contact, but a straw man plan gives you at least a road ahead. So those are my recommendations. Unfortunately, the vote we just had now, I think was not a very useful vote, because we're going to find out sooner or later whether or not we really do have that shortfall for police services. And eventually we have to address that. Because one thing I don't want to give up is safety and security. Neither do you. So, okay, we took this procedural vote. But sooner or later, that thing's going to come back. And hopefully it won't bite us. But in the future, let's work for the future and fix the budget process and put folks who care on the committee to give you recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Welcome, Mr. Halpern.
Keith Halpern, Door Knock Round. I wasn't going to speak on this, but after hearing everyone talk against taxes, I just want to remind everyone why we live in Miami Lakes, and not in the Hialeah, and not north of the Expressway and Country Club of Miami. We live here because we want our community to look a certain way. That means tree-lined streets. That means streets that don't flood. That means safety. All those things cost money, and that comes from taxes. I'm sorry. There's no other way to do this. No one wants to waste money, but there are loads of things that Miami Lakes needs that aren't funded, and we're all aware of that. You just have to look at the list that's on every council meeting of all the capital needs that aren't funded. So, look, I don't want anyone to waste, and I don't want to raise taxes but I think it's wrong to leave the impression that this is a wayward town council spending money without thought. I don't think that's the case. And frankly, as a resident with a big investment in this community, there are times when I think the town should be spending more money. And I think it's that decision of choosing what we spend on, not the decision of we shouldn't be spending at all. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Halpern. Any additional public comments from the members of the public that are here? I'm going to turn it over to the clerk. Madam Clerk, is there anybody online with public comments?
Yes, we do. Good evening. I see in my screen several individuals for public comments. Welcome to the meeting. Just unmute yourself and please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, good evening. Abel Fernandez, Chapter 119, exempt. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Town Council. And I'd like to talk to you real quick by starting to read a comments that was done by Michael Lewis at Miami Today magazine. We pleaded in June that government let taxpayers keep some of the huge gains that they can collect from soaring tax bases. Hats off to Miami Lakes, which is letting taxpayers keep all of the town's property tax windfall. The Miami Lakes Town Council voted to cut the town rate by 9.3%. That doesn't mean it will collect less taxes from anyone than it does this year, just that it will collect little to no more. Every elected official can argue why every penny available should go to government, but then the people who are paying the taxes and to whom the money now belongs can tell you why they should keep it. That was one of the best articles that I had read, and I know that year after year, there's two folks that always recommend rollback, and that's the mayor and Councilwoman Ruano. So I'd like to remind you of some of the campaign promises you have made over the years. I'm going to read one-liners, and I'm going to go in alphabetical order. Start with Vice Mayor Carlos Alvarez. As I walk in our neighborhoods, I listen to the issues that matter most to our residents. And they are the same issues that motivated me to run for office, keeping taxes low. Councilman Luis Collazo decided to run for re-election because he wants to continue to keep taxes low while maintaining a high level of municipal services. Councilman Josh Dieguez, he seeks to protect and enhance the quality of life Miami Lakers have come to love and expect by focusing on financial responsibility. Councilman Tony Fernandez, are we keeping taxes low by using every dollar wisely? That's probably the best comment so far that I have. Thank you, Councilman Fernandez. And then Councilman Ray Garcia, I want to make sure traffic, crime, and taxes have the most minimal impact on your life. These were direct quotes from all of the campaign literature that I have collected over the years from all of you. And I keep it in a file, and every once in a while I chuckle by reading it and seeing where we are. I understand the need for police and fire and other municipal valuable services, but we find ourselves with what the feds do a lot, which is called the Washington Monument Syndrome. Anytime we talk about taxes being cut, the first thing that comes up is let's close the park system. Let's close the Washington Monument, and everybody goes nuts and bananas. That's not what we're saying here. We know that at the end of the year through reconciliation, we have close to $1 million every single year. There are many other ways that we have suggested. Many of us have said, let's put together a team to look at the numbers. Pick whoever you want, whoever you have trust in. But there's folks out here that have the knowledge and the experience to see what they can find in the budgets. I know that running government as a former government employee isn't easy, but I also know as a former government employee that we padded all of our budgets. So when you went to cut the 2 inches of fat, we gave you 1 inch of fat and we still had another inch of fat left. So I understand what occurs. This is not the time to continue pushing taxes up. We have stood out in the entire community with Miami-Dade County, and the mayor has set a great precedent by going to rollback. Hats off to Mayor Sid and to all of you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for the public comment. I was just notified that the timer had expired, and I apologize. Thank you.
I'm done. Thank you.
Yes, any additional public comments online? Madam Clerk, I don't know if there's any additional public
There
comments
were,
online.
yes, I don't know either. I see some individuals, some participants. Again, if you're here via Zoom and you want to speak in public comments, good evening and welcome. Just state your name and address for the record. Unmute yourself. Thank you.
And I've seen that some additional members of the public have entered the chambers. I don't know if we can go back to in-person public comments if nobody's online, but anybody else
Absolutely.
that just walked in would like to make any remarks? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and
So,
close. Yes, go ahead.
Before you close, with your permission, I'd just like to state for the record that several individuals emailed me earlier today and Friday. So as I always do, I state their names. We received an email from Mr. Eddie Blanco in regards to the Miami Lakes budget meeting. It was circulated amongst all of you, and we have copies here in the dais if anyone wants to read it. And we also received an email earlier today from Mr. Albert Aguiar. It was mentioned by someone else, but I'd like to state for the record the public comment that he emailed.
And yes, I do see all the emails attached here, and you've also forwarded those copies to us. And just for the members of the public that are arriving now, we will not be discussing the millage rate. It did not carry the vote to waive the rule. So if you were here to discuss that item will not be heard. On to the first item of business, our only item of business for the special call, Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And very simply, the council in 2015 passed Resolution 15-1325, which restricted the use of certain town resources, including letterhead and staff time and facilities, thank you, to events that were approved by the council, et cetera, et cetera. And there was a subsequent amendment that exempted certain events like National Day of Prayer and the shoe drive and one other event in 2017. Those were exempted from the restrictions of that Resolution 15-1325. I'm simply requesting that we adopt the resolution now in front of you, and which at any rate was provided for in the new business item, which would further exempt events that are organized by a member of the town council, does not utilize public funds, and would not require staff time outside the ordinary course of their employment, and finally is publicly noticed, which I think the publicly noticed aspect was the biggest item or the biggest purpose for passing the original resolution. At the time, the mayor was being criticized for not being more forthcoming with the events that he was hosting, and so the council pushed this item in order to ensure that they were aware of these events so that they could have the option to attend if they so choose. So I'm still saying that we should keep those, or the main spirit of the item, but adding additional exemptions for events like the Volunteer Appreciation Breakfast, I believe it was that Councilman Fernandez did, like the Mayor's Chess Challenge and whatnot, so we don't have to vote on every single event whenever they want to use, say, council chambers. It just seems to be in line with what our practice has been, and a common sense change so that it doesn't become overly cumbersome to do something for the community that is not going to cost the public a dime from our treasury. So with that, I would adopt the passage of the resolution in front of you.
I'll second. Any discussion? Yes, Councilwoman Rano.
I'm sorry. I just want to put my comments on the record as to why I can't vote yes on this. I know that this original ordinance or came on the heels of some council members in the past that were, I guess, overly zealous about events and overly cumbersome on staff. And there were many times when one council member did not know that something was being hosted in the chambers or hosted at one of our community centers because another council member took it upon themselves to just speak to staff or speak to the manager. And I do think that it's important that all council members are on the same page, and I think that we have an exceptionally wonderful team on the dais right now. We're all incredibly respectful of one another, and we're all very supportive of one another. But putting this in writing for the future, when we don't know perhaps who may sit up here, and we don't know what kind of abuse there may be of the use of town resources or staff time or the chambers or community facilities, I'm still comfortable with this being brought up to us, and we usually just bring it up to one another. We approve all the events. We're very courteous to our colleagues, but I still like the idea of it coming up to us on the dais and us deciding whether it's something that we, as an elected body, can support or not support. So that's why I can't be supporting this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Morano. I would encourage us to maybe get to a point where we didn't get to with the budget, which is to start talking about maybe things that can maybe get us closer to what Councilman Dieguez, because, you know, one of the things that I'm leery of is exactly what Councilwoman Morano suggested, with somebody that's maybe a little bit less ambitious than us, right, and maybe wants to monopolize staff time. I would like to see some checks and balances where Victoria is not monopolized, right? Not saying that any of us are going to do that, but, you know, this council doesn't enjoy the benefits that the office of the mayor does. Let's say, for an example, where he has, you know, one individual that's at his discretion. You know, he has a pretty big staff, right, compared to us. So we're dividing one individual by 6, so to speak. So maybe some checks and balances there where maybe it goes through the manager or something where the resources are not monopolized. So I don't know if there's something that we can put in there to maybe get us closer to that. I guess just food for discussion, because I do kind of share some of the sentiment that you're concerned about. Not anybody here, right? But, you know, somebody who comes in here might have a big ambition and wants to run for a bigger office for the county or the state and wants to use this as a platform. I'd hate for it to be a runaway train. Yes, go ahead, Councilman Diaz.
Thank you, both of you, for your comments. And I understand the desire to maybe load up some additional things, but it would be very hard to really put in those safeguards, right? Beyond what's already in here. So, for example, this is very clear that it's something that is not involving public funds. So it would be something that is, in essence, privately organized. With respect to the item on provision number 3, does not require staff time outside the ordinary course of their employment. I can't see we'll be clearer than that in terms of, you know, if we were to utilize Victoria to help coordinate an event, say like a realtor roundtable, which is something I would like to do, for example, in the near future, you know, I think, you know, I should be able to use her to help me get invites out, to be able to, you know, which is not necessarily outside, you know, the course of her employment anyway, right? If I ask her to start coming in on the weekends as opposed to the weekday, which is her normal hours of employment, that would obviously violate what's here. So there's already enough safeguards worked in here, in my opinion, to address what you guys are asking for. And, you know, because these are clearly, these are items that you can clearly quantify as far as, and qualify as far as, you know, when they are going outside the scope of what's permitted. And, for example, one of the restrictions in the underlying resolution is with letterhead, for example, we would need the council's permission just to go ahead and use letterhead, which no longer has everybody's names on it like it did back then, to be able to ask for sponsorship money, for example. And that was a big issue because, you know, some of you that were around at the time or involved may recall that in 2013 we had the charter change amendment through a special election, and it was to do away with the residential district boundaries, right? Then Mayor Pizzi went ahead and sent out a mailer using the town letterhead that had everybody's names to residents advocating for this change, given the impression that the entire council was advocating for it. That was another reason why ultimately this item came in 2015, 2 years later. So again, I think it's important to recognize the changed circumstances and the likelihood that of the abuse no longer happening in the same way that it did to that degree. The fact that the item does already build in certain parameters under which, you know, a council member cannot go beyond, such as, you know, asking Victoria to go something above and beyond what is in her listed job duties, and the other types of resources that we're talking about here, like the letterhead that I would need to come, you know, in front of all of us to get approval on, and can therefore can be especially cumbersome if we do this for every event. And then the other aspect being the use of facilities, for example. If somebody wants to privately fund a breakfast here in Chambers for, like, again, like the realtor roundtable that I'd like to do at some point, it just seems super cumbersome to have to go each time in front of the council, especially when we already have built into my proposal the requirement that there still needs to be notice to all of you. And the mayor's office, Mayor Sid's office, I have to give him credit, has been very good at making sure that we have access to his calendar with respect to the chess challenge and other events, and whether we go or not, we have the notice to choose to attend if we so want. So I just wanted to address your concerns there and see if maybe that does anything to change your minds. If not, I understand, and obviously I love and respect all of you very much.
Yeah, I mean, we've already, I'm going to go around once and then give everybody the second opportunity. Any feedback for the councilman?
Yes, just that as long as we're all aware of the event, and we're not overtaxing, of course, the staff. I'm fine with the councilman's resolution.
Thank you so much. I received a message from a member in the public here saying if public comments were allowed on this item. I thought we were doing the entire meeting in public comments, but to put us in the proper posture, could we reopen?
I'll move to reopen public comments.
There's a motion to reopen public comments.
Second.
Second. All's in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Public comments are reopened. Now you know.
Thank you. Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Mentias Terrace. Just to go a little further beyond as to what has been discussed, one of the real reasons why this whole thing happened way back when it did, because I did not only research, but I lived those days, is that everyone was under the impression that Mayor Pizzi did everything in order to forward his name in front of the community. Even the emails that were distributed from the town were always under his name. And now, I just want to make sure everyone understands, the only email that we receive constantly is a consolidation of whatever happened in the council meetings. And I really thought that following that decision that they made way back then, that every month we would receive it under the name of any one of you. But it seems to always be coming under the name of just one person. So live up to the circumstances of the documents that you write. Because the problem with us that we criticize things sometimes is that you do not seem to understand what it is that you wrote in the first place. Every single one of you has the right, and therefore we really want to hear from every one of you, not just one person, not just one politic, not just one agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Ms. Colon.
Thank you for having public comments. Councilmember Dieguez, I just want to clarify one thing. As far as the chess, I know that it's the mayor's chess. A lot of events that are held, I think maybe they should be town events, because this chamber is used a lot by a particular person. I'll give you a second suggestion. I know that you had asked the committees to contribute to the volunteers' breakfast. I know it was changed. However, it's upsetting that we can have all these little events hosted by certain people, but yet the committee members who volunteer the time to be here were asked to pay for their own breakfast. I think that every elected official, because to me, just because you're a mayor or a vice mayor, you're all equal. I think every elected official should stop using town staff. You all get paid, you all get a salary, you all get a stipend, you all have an iPad. Pay for your own stationery. That's minute. But if you're going to use the facilities, make it equitable for all of you. Not one is better than the other. You're all elected officials representing all of us. And thank you for bringing this up, Jesse. Josh, thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comments before we close public comments for a second time? Round of public comments for those online? Okay, hearing none, closing public comments. Back to discussion on the item.
I think Councilwoman Morano had a question.
Yes, we already went once. Go ahead, Councilwoman Morano.
I wanted to ask with regards to, for example, events that some of us may not support, like a particular book reading for a book that I would not support, for instance. How would we be notified in advance that something like that is going to occur so that we can veto it or not approve it, or that wouldn't happen, right? Let's say that you wanted to use the chambers to, and I'm using a book reading to not use any organization. I love the realtors organizations and the bar association. So we usually are always on the same page. But say there is one controversial topic that we do not support, someone, that writes a book where there's, some hate language or something that, let's say, I wouldn't be able to support. I wouldn't find out about it until I get the invitation and it's already set up. And that's one of the concerns that I have, that the way that it stands now, it has to be voted on by this elected body, and it gives us an opportunity to research the event and see what may or may not be transpiring.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I'm going to go ahead and address the two resident comments, and then I'll come to your question. With respect to Ms. Reynolds' comment as to the newsletter that you get on council actions from Vice Mayor Alvarez, I just want to point out that he did actually seek the council's approval before that became a standard thing. So we authorized him to use the assistant at the time, Ms. Sheppel, to go ahead and prepare these after-action reports for the community's benefit, and also to use town email to distribute those. So I just want to be clear that he 100% was within the spirit of the existing resolution. With respect to Ms. Colin's concerns and questions, I hear you, but I have personally no issue, though, with any member of the council, including the mayor, claiming credit for an event that, frankly, he organized. That he, put in the time and the effort to, pull the sponsors together and the right parties, because it can be very difficult to get all these moving pieces done together. So whether it's the mayor's gala or the mayor's chess challenge, I don't mind it being named a certain way as long as they are the person that actually brought everything together. And again, ultimately we have the same ability in theory to go ahead and organize our own chess challenges and whatnot. But just the majority of the council doesn't choose to, and it's and it's everyone's prerogative as to how involved they want to get. And then the last thing I did want to address, though, just to be clear, we do not, at least the council does not get a salary, and the $14,000 definitely comes out more expensive for me and probably for Councilwoman Morano as well, as people whose livelihoods depends on billing hourly. And for the amount of time that we contribute back to the community, I can tell you that it's definitely a net negative for us, but we do it as a labor of love for the community. Finally, with respect to my colleagues' concerns, I am not opposed to having a specific time frame for the notice requirement. To give someone, in essence, an ability to object to that sort of, risk, if you will. What that looks like, whether it's 1 week out, whether it's 2 weeks out, is a question we'll have to answer. But again, the item is strictly about, and at least going back to the origins of how this even came about, it was really tied to the way in which, at the time, the resources were being utilized by one member. And that's a new idea that I admit I hadn't considered. As far as I think we're all relatively on the same page, on a lot of things. So, and I think knowing all of us as I do, we're not going to go in that direction. But you're right, down the line, that's possible. But I guess my question then, through the chair to my colleague, would be, what do you think would be a good proposal as far as the notice requirement?
Right. For me, the way that it stands now gives us time. There is no event that is to be hosted next week or tomorrow. Things are prepared with time, so there's always a council meeting in the midst of that preparation. So a simple item like we've done before, it takes us 3 minutes to vote when it's a feel-good item, if it's the gala for the Bar Association or the mayor's chess challenge or anything else that may come about. It's usually a very simple thing. So what I don't want to do is, after councils in the past had to go through the heartache and difficulty of creating these rules to avoid these things from happening, I don't want us to undo it just because we have a good vibe and we're good colleagues to one another, because inevitably times change, different people sit up here, and we just don't know what their intentions will be.
Yes, Councilman Fernandez.
Thank you. So I think hearing more about the process, I think it would add another layer of complexity if we have to have a separate process by which, like, walking through the flow chart of what this would look like, right? So let's say you propose an event and Councilwoman Rano has an issue, but she's one person that may have an issue. So then, does that veto automatically kill your event? Do we then go back to and then if the cure is that the whole council should hear it and then make a decision, that's essentially the process we already have now. So I don't necessarily think it's not an issue that we have right now. Two, it's an issue that we could have in the future, and I think we're better safeguarded from it happening in the future with the current ordinance than with what we have now. So I think likewise I will probably not be supporting.
Okay. Again, I just want to reiterate how overly cumbersome this is because it also requires that we take one of our bill slots, if you will, each time we have to put this on the agenda. Not to mention, again, for things that are frankly, not controversial. I'm prepared to move it to a vote. If it dies, it dies. To bring out the old Rocky quote, and if it survives, it survives. But again, I think that it's important not to let the perfect become the enemy of the good.
One of our colleagues has not opined on the item, and I do want to give him the same opportunity. And I don't know if Mayor Sid or the Vice Mayor want to opine. I know they're online. Just want to give everybody the last opportunity before we vote. Go ahead, Councilman.
What I would say is if, would you be open to perhaps giving a 2-week notice before any marketing goes out or anything like that? If one of us objects, then we have to bring it to a vote. But if nobody objects within that period, then your rules would that be a middle ground that you would accept, sir?
The reason why I would say no is because, and this is just a fact of political life, is, there are people that may object for legitimate reasons, like there actually being a controversial item that is being sanctioned, and then there could be the gamesmanship that comes in between political rivals just trying to sink each other's item. So I'm fine. I would accept a 2-week notice requirement, and then obviously that leaves time for a special call meeting request to go out, and then everyone gets convened to discuss it and whatnot. But as far as just allowing an immediate veto, I think that just opens it up, to political gamesmanship, that way.
Not a veto per se, but we're already voting on these items, right? And we're taking up one of our slots. Most of these items are pretty benign, right? They're, hey, we're going to hold an event at, and for the most part, since I've been here, I don't think we voted no on one of these events. But I understand what Councilman Morano was trying to say is we have such a good relationship here, maybe future councils will not. But if we're going to bring it to a vote anyway, if somebody says no, and if the majority says, yeah, we approve it, then we go through the process. But I have a feeling that any of the events we put forward are going to be benign anyway, and most of us are going to say, yeah, that's fine, like we've been doing it for a long time, and we won't have that issue. I think that middle ground will solve your issue and also Ms. Ronald's issue as well of making sure that future councils don't abuse the system. That's my 2 cents.
Again, I'm going to give the opportunity for those online, but I do want to ask one more question of the manager. Mr. Manager, again, everybody said it over and over again, not this council, future councils, because I remember when I first got onboarded to this council, everybody here was suffering from PTSD. Oh, this is Pizzy's guy. This is Pizzy's guy. Be careful. He's going to... And everybody here was freaking out with every single thing that I did and every single vote that I had. So I remember my onboarding a very traumatized council. But then I also saw personally the beating that certain staff members took. And again, the monopolization of time. And I want to make sure if none of us here are in that, what kind of checks and balances do you have internal? Because Victoria is in a unique position. She doesn't just wear one hat. She also serves as the deputy town clerk. So not only is she assistant to 6 individuals, right? She's also half FTE to Gina, our town clerk. So a realtor's gathering of 200 is not, or 20, is not a large undertaking, right? But organizing a gala is a significant, it takes months, right? And what kind of checks and balances can you have safeguarded as the town manager directing staff to make sure that this doesn't become an issue in the future? Because that's really where my thing hinges on, and my vote hinges on, that there's a checks and balance internally, that none of us here are going full bore and saying, hey, we want to do a checkers challenge, right? Because that's more along our cup of tea.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are safeguards in the item, especially when it talks about staff time when you require extraordinary staff time. I guess that is the safeguard, right? Because Victoria already does work for all of you, some more, some less. So that is part of her role, right? So I believe that I'll give her direction that if she feels that something that is being requested from one of you is going to require extraordinary time, and I don't believe it'll be, tattletaling or ratting on the council member, But if they come to me, then I'll have a conversation with either one of you. That may be, your demands for a specific event or what have you are a little over the top. Then we'll have that conversation, and then we'll say, hey, maybe this is one that you should get complete council approval for. So I think the way that Councilmember Dieguez wrote it, I believe it has the safeguards already in there to protect against that extraordinary staff time that would be demanded.
Okay. I'm ready for the question if everybody's done with their remarks. All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Nay.
There are 2 from the dais, and any opposed? Any opposed from?
Nay.
I'm a yes.
Okay, so it's 4-3. The item passes. There is one item of personal privilege that I did want to extend the Deputy Town Attorney. I'm going to give him the floor. Mr. Kobiega.
Thank you very much, Councilman. The last week I have had the privilege and honor of really having as an intern serve Adriana Argot. Both of her parents live in Loch Ness. Her grandfather, many of you know, is Carlos Fernandez Guzman. He led our building department committee, and her mom also serves as a teacher at Our Lady of the Lakes. So it's been a wonderful pleasure to have her. She's been working with Gina a little bit, learning about procurement. She's a senior at St. Brendan, and I just want to welcome her. And if you want to give a few words, Adriana? Yeah?
You're officially being put on the spot.
Hi guys.
Hi.
I don't really know what I'm supposed to say, but thank you guys for your work.
How was the experience? How was the experience? What did you take away from the town of Miami Lakes and working here?
It's great. There are a lot of stuff going on, and I'm super interested, and I've had a great experience following Mr. Colvilla and being able to learn, and I love the opportunity that I was able to have. And it's interesting seeing both sides, being able to be here and listen to public comments and stuff, and also seeing the inside works. And I don't know, it's a really important experience to have, and I'm very grateful to have had it with Mr. Covilla.
Well, we appreciate you, and thank you, Deputy Town Manager. That was very gracious, and thank you so much for working here with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing no further comments, this meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Well, just to be clear for the members of the public, the special call meeting is adjourned, but we're now moving into the workshop on the
Now I want to
service
apologize
districts.
to everybody. We're getting the workshop going an hour significantly after the schedule.
Yeah.
Yes. we
Okay,
can start the meeting.
7:14. I'm going to go ahead and transition into the budget workshop. The special taxing districts. So, you want me to retake roll call, Gina?
No.
No? Okay.
No need
So
to.
I'm basically going to turn it over to Councilman Fernandez.
All right. So essentially, to give everybody a little bit of background as to why I wanted to have this meeting, during the last regular council meeting when we discussed our neighborhood service districts, we had a pretty spirited discussion about some of the things in the NSD budgets, specifically some of the new initiatives, but also how
Councilman Fernandez, some of the people from the public are saying that they can't hear you very well.
How about now? How about now? Better?
Yes, I have communicated with IT.
How about now? Is that better? All right. The mayor gets the better microphone, I guess. I'll borrow it. All right. So basically, during the regular council meeting, we had a discussion about the NSD budget, and we had some questions, and I wanted to take a deeper dive. I was fortunate enough to have a meeting with both Jeremy and Melissa last week for about 3 hours to drill through the NSD budgets in detail, and I learned quite a bit. But I wanted to make sure that we had this opportunity to bring members from these NSDs as well as members of the public to give us additional feedback before we make a final decision on these budgets, right? So the format that I kind of envisioned, and staff correct me if you had other intentions, is to go through NSD by NSD. Any members of those NSD districts that are here can come up and walk us through some of the new expenditures and new line items that are on the NSD budgets, and then my colleagues and I can also ask questions of those members and staff to try to drill a little bit further than what's just on the paper, and figure out what the intent for certain things that are on here is. So that's kind of how I envision the flow going. I don't know if there's a specific order we want to follow. Yes.
Are we going to do public comments at all? Because there's some emailed public comments that they wanted me to read into the record, so I don't know if we're going to have.
I think the vast majority of the meeting is public comment. So if we want to take just general public comments before we start working, I'm more than open to.
All right, that gives us an opportunity to hear from everyone that's here, to let us know what it is, how you feel about the special taxing districts, what you would like to see and what you wouldn't like to see. And I guess when we go through the budget, it'll give us a chance to.
It'll definitely better inform the questions that we're going to be able to ask them.
For sure.
Absolutely.
So, Councilman, just to be clear, for formatting, we're going to go over each neighborhood service district one by one. So, for instance, the first one here, and this is just the order that they're printed on the page, Miami Lakes Section 1. Go hear the public comments first, and then go line item. Then we flip, and then the next one is Loch Lomond. Then the next one is Royal Oaks Section 1. Then the next one is Royal Oaks East, Lake Patricia, Lake Hilda, and so on and so forth. And if there's anybody here, because what I'd hate to do is make the people from Lake Hilda wait all the way to the end, and maybe there's nobody here from the other ones. So if you can identify, if you're here for a specific neighborhood district, maybe we can take those out of order and then try to address.
There's Miami Lakes Section 1. How many of you are in Miami Lakes Section 1? Okay, then we have Loch Lomond, and we have Royal Oaks.
Royal Oaks Section 1. Okay, we have one.
Right, we have Royal Oaks Section 1 and okay. So there's basically someone here from every.
Okay, so then let's go at it. Let's go at it. Then
I think the order you just went through is the right one.
In the order that they're printed, and right, the majority of the people here are what appears to be Section 1. Yep. So that being said, public comments now for Miami Lakes Section 1. Miami Lakes Section 1 Neighborhood Service District. Miami Lakes Section 1. Mike, the microphone may be off, Boris.
Try it now? Yep. Oh, no.
Green? The light is green?
Green now. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, great. Boris Foster,
Welcome.
15221 Menteith Place, and I'm a resident of Section 1. And the reason what I want to say today is that about 6-7 years ago, Alex Ray, we were just inundated by the town coming over to a HOA meetings telling us Miami-Dade County, they have, they are overcharging. They're not listening to the residents, and the town and the county made a big push. About 6 or 7 years ago, we made a switch. We voted to come to the town. We had what was called advisory boards that was recommended, and it was to be close to the residents. After 5 years, the same trust and confidence issues that we had with the county is with these advisory boards. I don't attend the meetings anymore, but I watch the tapes, and they are, they're maxing out the surpluses, put in extra monies in outlays, capital outlays, they're putting it in items that they have no intention of spending on, just to maximize the monies carried forward. There can be no confidence and trust when they're doing this. So that's really, there are a lot of other things that maybe I don't have the maybe I have a different priority than they have, but it's trust and confidence that really is to the core when they start moving monies to areas they have no intention of spending on, but they'll come up with an idea to spend. These are taxes, and there's no protection for the seniors who've lived there for a long time, no homestead protection. This is 1 for 1, actually 1 for 10, because the town gets a cut of whatever is made. So I'm just going to focus on that. No trust and confidence in these advisory boards. But I hope you look into it and don't delegate all this power to the advisory boards. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comments, Miami Lakes Section 1. Ms. Reynolds.
Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Mendiez Terrace. I did not write public comments today, but one of the key things that happens is that there are so many misconceptions. You're always saying that we do not get it right, but there's so many misconceptions with regards to the special taxing districts from our perspective. The main is that somehow you think that because there is a representative from each section, that somehow that person is acting on behalf of all of us. Nothing could be further from the truth. Another thing that happened from the dais is that the other day, they actually mentioned the name of every person, and then one person was called as if she was the president and part of a board. She was neither the president nor part of a board. And I'm not going to get specific because I never do. But the key for you to realize is that there's 841 property owners, that we are the only ones that are responsible for paying this debt, and that we have asked, I cannot believe that this is the year 2023, and I'm still asking for a vote whenever something is going to come into my pocket and take my money away. Not a right, wrong, whatever, because that doesn't mean anything. And by the way, every time they take a poll, and out of 841 people, 70 answer, and then 4 are the only ones that give comments, and then they say 100% or whatever of the ones that commented are for us, realize that the balance has no clue what's going on. So please, please, help us regain confidence in a process that we thought would do exactly what was promised. Better cost, closer to being able to every one of us have a say, and the confidence that we have in you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Reynolds. Miami Lakes Section 1, going once.
Good evening, Maribel Baldwin, 8346 Dundee Terrace, and I am actually a member of Section 1. I just want to make a comment because I find it very interesting that the comments are about the boards, the people that actually put their time voluntarily to serve and see how we make changes and improve. In Section 1 specifically, I want to remind everybody that we pay less than $1 a day for what the services that we have in that section. And the comments that have been made in the last meetings are all about security, and security is what the people that live in the area have talked about. So I just want to speak on behalf of my group that we come here with the best intentions once every other month, and it's unfortunate that especially one person that was president of the board for a long time, I guess the confidence ran out after he's not president anymore. So I felt compelled to just get up and speak on behalf of the group that comes and with the best intentions, and it's unfortunate that they're not considered that way. So thank you.
Thank you. Miami Lakes Section 1. Going once, going twice.
Can I speak?
Yes,
Councilmember
absolutely,
Collazo,
yes.
We have, I believe, Ms. Helen Costa.
Yes. Hi.
Yes,
This
welcome.
is Helen Costa, 4341 Glencairn Road. I'm part of Lake Elizabeth, and I'm actually on the board as well. Something happened. Okay. So I kind of echo what Maribel about being said. I'm one of the ones that go and dedicate our time and volunteer our time. We're given direction by the town. We're not there to move our own personal agendas. We're there to represent our own associations. I just want to point two things that I know that have been said recently about the board and about this budget. Number one is that, there's talk about craziness, like we want roaming guards. I'm going to address that. So the roaming guards came about not because it was an agenda, but because the resolution, the one that that's why this whole NSD and this taxing district exists for, has a 24/7 unarmed guard. We're supposed to have a 24-hour, 7 days a week unarmed guard. We don't have that. We had a security company that we were not satisfied with, and we moved forward and changed them because of the many times that guard gate was unattended. We changed companies, and that has improved. However, there are still times where there is not a 24/7. So I was one of the ones that proposed and said, what do we need to do to get 24/7 an unarmed guard presence at that place? And the only solution that various companies put forth was, we need two men. And if you put two men, we had a company that said is, you pay for the two men, so that guarantees you 24/7, we will throw in a cart. In other words, so then they would have a roaming guard. So it was not that we were looking for the roaming golf cart around. It was because we were looking to arm somebody 24/7. That's on that point. So sometimes the agenda that other people start talking about kind of forget to say why the conversation of even a roaming guard was even coming to the play. And it came in only to try to accomplish 24/7 coverage. The other thing I heard was, oh, we're spending all this money on landscaping, and now they want to redo the house, and why are we doing this? Well, several meetings ago, it was probably the most attended meeting in the last year. And various people, and I didn't look through the minutes, I don't have it by memory, but various people were expressed their concerns as to how that guard gate looked like and what we should do it. And I'll end my 30-something seconds now by saying, I've asked for direction of the town and asked to what is our responsibility, and it was, yes, security. And it begins, I call it like an island. The beginning of the island to the end of the island, and in the middle there's the guardhouse, and from the sidewalk to the sidewalk. So if the house is there, the road needs to be painted, the arms are broken, the landscaping is there, all that, we were given direction that was part of our duties to take care of. That's it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Costa. Any additional public comments from?
I have public comments to read into the record from section 1.
Okay, I think we have one person. Any more remote, and then you want to close them out?
Hi, good evening. I'm Renard Amaro, 14824 Balgoan Road, Lake Carroll. I am one of the board members of Section 1. And I just want to say that I've lived in the town for 29 years. I've been on a board for those 29 years. And all I've ever tried to do was the best that I can do. I'm a volunteer. I have 4 kids, 3 grandkids, and work for a company that I run, and it takes a lot of my time, and I give my time to the city to help improve and manage it. We have a great group of folks that come every other month, and they bring their input from their communities so that we can make the best decisions as a group for the whole town. We're not perfect, but we try to strive for excellence. And this is my 2nd year in the town board, and it's interesting. And I just want to thank you for your time, and hopefully you appreciate what we all do, and we try to do our best. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for your volunteerism, and thank you for putting in the time to help our town. Appreciate you. Anybody else here in the audience for public comments? Go give another round for a remote. None? Okay, Councilwoman Morano, the show is yours. Do all the
Thank you,
written
Councilmember
public
Collazo.
comments.
And for everyone that's here, that's sitting in the audience, and those at home that volunteer for these special taxing district committees, we thank you. This council thanks you. We appreciate your time, your service, your commitment to your neighborhoods and to your neighbors. And I want you to know that the onus of doing the right thing here falls on us. The recommendations come from your committees. You join each other every other month, and you make recommendations, and we have to approve these budgets. We are the ultimate decision makers, and we are the ones that have to get it right. So there's no stress on your end if there's anything that hasn't been done to perfection. We all strive for perfection. It doesn't always happen. It definitely doesn't happen up here. I can guarantee you that. We're trying to get it right on our end. So there's ordinances that we have to go through and things that we have to kind of tidy up from our perspective, but we do appreciate all of the time that you put in and all of the hours that you dedicate to these special taxing districts. Thank you. Okay, so the first comment that I received via email is from Georgina Lucis. It says, my name is Georgina Lucis, and I live at 8405 Menteith Terrace. I would like to give permission to Councilwoman Ruano to read my letter in my name since I am out of the country, but felt that it was important for my public comments to be read. For so many years before the city of Miami Lakes took over Section 1 Special Taxing District, we were basically paying the same amount in our taxes. All of a sudden, someone came up with the idea of putting lights and making improvements to the guardhouse. We as homeowners have to abide by whatever anyone comes up with. The LPR cameras were a big issue of which I was in a meeting with other homeowners, and most were saying no to the LPR cameras. Did the representatives listen to us? No, they did not. Just like that is with almost everything. In my opinion, speed bumps at the guardhouse are not a good idea and a waste of money. They are not needed because you can't speed through there even if you want, because the bars impede you from doing so. Besides, you are coming in from a stop sign. I try to avoid wherever there are speed bumps because they cause damage to the car no matter how slow you go. Potholes on the road and speed bumps cause damage to cars whether you want to believe it or not. When the alignment goes because of these issues, it costs a lot of money to fix. Another issue that has come up is that of adding another patrol to the guardhouse. That will double our costs. Most people that I have spoken to are against this and didn't sign up for that to be added to our taxes. I hope that they allow us to protest these issues. Sometimes people are taken advantage of because they don't show up to these meetings. I know I don't have much time to go to all of the meetings that we are supposed to show up to or volunteer because I have been busy raising my children and now helping with my grandchildren. Life is very busy, and that is why these things happen. It's not because no one cares, it's because it takes a lot to fight against these things. Life is too busy and too precious to spend my life fighting. So that is the comments. I'm sorry, mostly I just want to say, please stop adding extra stuff to our taxes that are not important for our daily lives. When I voted for these guardhouses, which I now regret, I did not vote for someone to come and add all of these extras. If this is the case, then we should be able to vote whether we want these things or not. The money would be coming out of our pockets. Either that or let's dissolve Section 1 and be done with all of this. That is from Mrs. Georgina Lucis. The second comment that I received, public comment, is from Mrs. Maria Santelices, also Miami Lakes Section 1. She has, let's see, send this to Councilwoman Ruano on my behalf to be read into the record. Thanks again. We had a property owners meeting in the month of June, and we discussed the issues that impact our property taxes. Ad valorem taxes at least have some sort of protection and can't increase more than 3% per year. Non-ad valorem taxes is a different story, so we are very concerned with the transfer of administrative control from the county to the town, because before this we did not even think about these issues, and now the guard gates have become the focus of much of our stress. Points that she illustrates with regards to the guard gate. When we petitioned for the guard gate back in 1994, we had to follow the rules of the county, and every homesteaded property owner was asked to provide name, address, and folio number to prove that we owned the home, to then be able to vote for the guard gate at the entrance of this section. Second bullet point, the original ordinance was approved by the vote of the majority of homesteaded property owners back in 1995, which did not include Regatta Point, the Anchorage, and many of the homes in Lake Elizabeth. We voted for specific services, a guard gate house, so one sentinel guard would write the tags of the cars as the cars drove in. The town has created an advisory board that has 7 individuals deciding what to do with our money, and that is wrong. Neither the advisory board nor the council can determine what we are willing to pay for. Any changes, additions require the vote of all 841 homesteaded property owners, and our right to vote has encountered a hurdle after hurdle. Let's see. I came before you on July 11th during the council meeting to protest and clearly tell you that in order to approve the second reading of budget Section 1 special taxing districts, you are required to obtain the consent of the governed. But you approved it anyway. So here we are again. We ask that you read the ordinance, that you go through the difficult process of seeking the vote of 841 homesteaded property owners only. This is not the type of issue that can be voted on by registered voters, as they will not be the ones paying for the tax. Remove all additional costs, stay only within 10% reserves, lower the assessment to the promise was that we would not pay more, that we would pay less taxes, and that this would be closer to the administration, and yet we are paying more than ever. Return to $208 per year. Those are the comments from Mrs. Maria Santelices, and Mr. Pedro Gonzalez, also Miami Lakes Section 1, wanted to, for us to add him, Pedro Gonzalez, 8305 Mentis Terrace. I spent 50 years of my professional life in the corporate world, and I am a firm believer that committees, although efficient, are rarely effective in representing the wishes of the majority. I am happy and thankful to have neighbors, such as Ms. Luces and Ms. Santelices, amongst many, for being involved and being vocal about this issue. I'd like to request that my name be included with their comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your comments. Is there additional? Yes, please come on up.
Hello, my name is Tina Galinar, 8240 Mentis Terrace. Thank you very much for all you do. However, I want to say that I 100% agree with the previous people that you, letters that you received. Basically, I would like to know what exactly is the ordinance, the original ordinance of this, our committees. And the other question I have, from every one of the representatives of the 7 communities behind the guard gate, I would like to know what is the procedure they have to ask their residents whether they agree or not agree with adding speed bumps or adding different things that are being added to that we have to pay taxes for. So my question is there a procedure that these 7 representatives have in order to get the vote of their community? So that is so important. They're representing us.
Can we ask through?
Yes,
can we
I would
ask
like to know.
Staff, is there a procedure? Is there a procedure set in place for the committee members to, I guess, to tally the opinion of their neighbors?
Yes, these representatives that have been here, I would like to know what they do. How do they know what their residents want? Or are they just coming to the meetings?
I'm not aware of there being any specific procedure that we've set in place, but I'll let staff. Maybe
there is a survey that says right track, wrong track. It's not a very good instrument, though. It just tells you, are we going in the right direction or not?
Right,
but it's not a solicitation tool like what can we work on better? What are things that you may want, may not want?
Yeah, but let's say that you're talking about the speed bumps, for example. Let's give this example. So how many people in the community, the 400 and some residents that live behind this guard gate, how many people voted that they wanted? You know, that's something
there's usually, and to the mayor's point that I think he made during his discussion, I'm not going to speak to him, but these are publicly noticed meetings. Unfortunately, not a lot of people in the public tend to attend. I'd like to maybe say that we probably have more members attending this meeting today on this very topic than we do during most NSD meetings.
Yes.
So the reality is participation has never been a strong suit for any of these issues. I think it was really, really high on the LPR issue. I think it was one of the issues that came back that had a lot of contested feedback from the public, and not even then did it rise to the threshold of maybe 20 or 30% of the community. I would tell you, maybe at best, 10% of the community we heard from on the LPR issue, because that was a very, I think 60 or 70 cumulative.
Yeah, there was maybe 30 people in
I'm saying over the span of time that issue was being debated.
I understand, but unfortunately people are busy. Sometimes they don't read the notice. Did you see the notice to this meeting in the entrance? It's this big. You could even hardly see it. So how could anybody know about this meeting? Okay? The notice was very small. And so there's got to be another way of getting the feedback from the community. It's not working the way it is.
That's why it's my opinion that it's our responsibility to make the ultimate decision. We receive the recommendations from the committees, but it's our responsibilities. We receive phone calls from all of you. We receive emails from all of you. We're in constant communication with a lot of residents. And I think that it's even though I know that the mayor puts, all of his faith in the committee and takes, whatever their recommendation is as gospel, I don't see it that way. To me, it's more of our responsibility to make sure that recommendation is actually what the community wants.
Exactly. I would like then to look into that, being able to reach out to the community rather than, because right now I'm against speed bumps in my entrances. I'm against doing all of these expenses that are going to be affecting my taxes. I'm retired. I cannot afford to be having these taxes. And everything that you charge on this is going to end up, we are going to be paying. So please.
It's point well taken and fascinating the way that you brought it forward, because in a microcosm, it's the very same message that we heard regarding the millage rate, right? People just don't want us to spend their money.
Exactly.
So we're getting that message loud and clear, and
yes.
and we appreciate it. But
it's our money.
It also comes at a balance, right? Of then we need to make sure that we're at least providing a service. So
yes,
thank you.
But provide service that are really necessary.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, speed bumps are not necessary.
We got it. We got it. And I'm with you.
running out of time,
I'm on team. Let's go. All right. So
okay, thank you very much.
Councilman, this is a more relaxed format, so the discussion from the public comments and the dais are allowed in the workshop format. So please don't think that we're violating any rules. This is just the more relaxed version of.
Thank you very much for listening.
Yes, Councilman Fernandez.
Yeah. So I kind of wanted to, and also I think for the benefit of the members of the other NSDs that are here. So Miami Lakes Section 1 encompasses the area of the guardhouse behind Veterans Park. One of the things that makes that neighborhood service district unique is that area is essentially made up of 7 different HOAs, right? There isn't one master HOA. There's 7 different HOAs, Glen Ellen, Cynthia, Carol, the Anchorage, Regatta Point, Elizabeth, and Sandra. So the way that the committee is set up, there's 7 members of the committee, and each HOA proffers a representative of that HOA. Now, I can tell you, if you think it's bad down there, right, when you take it up a notch, there's 7 of us for 33,000 residents, right? And every time we make a decision about anything, there are some residents in the town that agree and some residents in the town that don't agree, right? And we have a process, every 4 years, the entire town takes a vote and they select us to represent them for these decisions. It's very cumbersome and impractical to try to have what is essentially a direct democracy where every single decision gets voted upon by every single person, right? That's why we have a representative democracy. I can assure you, down at that level, Miami Lakes Section 1 is 841 homes. Every single issue that NSD board takes up, there are indubitably going to be people for it and people against it. It is incumbent on each HOA to proffer and suggest a member that is representative of the views and perspectives of that HOA, but understand that doesn't necessarily mean that person is going to be representative of your views on every issue, on every single thing you discuss, right? There are 1,000 ways to slice it and dice it, and there are going to be differences of opinion. The idea behind these committees is to get directly, as close to a clear picture of those 841 residents, right? Not all of us. I live in Miami Lakes Section 1, right? I I think I'm the only one, or no, there's two of us that live in Miami Lakes Section 1. So, yeah, 3. Yeah, exactly. So, the idea is for residents of Miami Lakes Section 1 that are all taxed in the same, much the way when we set the millage up here, we're all affected by it equally, right? There isn't, Josh doesn't pay a higher rate than I do, and vice versa, right? The idea is to have a group of members of that NSD give us feedback and direction on what's going well, what's not going well, what changes can be made, should be made, both improvements to service, both it could be efficiencies in certain things, and to give us recommendations. At the end of the day, the ones that make the ultimate decision on the NSD budget and the level of service is this council, right? But we most definitely take the feedback that we get from those committees, into consideration as a representation of your NSD. It would be impractical to ask all 841 homeowners to come in and for us to have this discussion. We wouldn't, that wouldn't be possible, right? So I think the best we can do is 7. So I kind of wanted to address that and move through that. Seeing that we have no more comments, I want to start going through some of the bullet points that I have hashed out during my conversation about Section 1. So the first one to Mr. Foster's point, and Mr. Foster and I spoke on the issue, I think, after an HOA meeting. So the intent is for these NSDs to have a set, there is a maximum allowed of contingency reserve, right? Contingency reserves is money that is set aside for things that come up, right? And I believe that's done at 10%. So there is a contingency reserve in this budget, but then there is also a line item here that says capital outlay infrastructure, $11,282, right? And so going through staff, and I asked, what is the intent of that? And obviously on our memo it says for guardhouse renovations. So kind of the discussion that I wanted to have with you guys and with my colleagues is the spirit of these NSDs is they're not, while a lot of the members and a lot of us come from HOAs and best practices in HOAs are to put money in reserves for a rainy day, for the eventuality that something happens. That's not really how the NSDs are set to function, right? So the contingency reserves are that bucket of funds for stuff that comes up, but things and initiatives that you want to do should be taken on as they come up, right? So let's say you had an initiative where you wanted to, rebuild the guardhouse, right? That would be a project that you would identify, and you would go through the process of figuring out what that's going to cost, right? Working with staff, getting an idea, and then figuring out if this is something that we want to pursue and exploring options to pay for it. Not necessarily going through the approach of, let's stash money here for a rainy day, and if we stash up enough of it, then we can do X, Y, or Z or whatnot, right? It's kind of the approach that we take at our level, right? So
Councilman Fernandez,
yes, sir.
Just to, because it was a maximum of 10%.
It's a maximum, yes.
Yeah, and the reason for it was exactly that because we saw that there was reserved items that continued to kind of move over, and said, well, if we put a line item in the budget of contingency reserves, regardless of what that was, it would almost have basically like a piggy bank.
Correct.
Are you suggesting changing the contingency reserve to maybe like a sinking fund, where stuff is reserved for.
But it was a maximum of 10% total. Like, once you get to that maximum, then you don't put any more money in the pot.
And anything in excess was to be returned back to the residents.
Or to be used to lower your assessment for the following year.
Right.
So if you have
Same thing.
excess,
Right.
if you have excess money for this year, you don't need to refund the 10%, because that
Correct.
10% is already in there. And then this year, instead of $340, your assessment could be $300, because you had an extra $30,000 from last year that you didn't use. That's how I interpret it. Is that the way that staff interprets it?
So actually, Resolution 20-1654 sets a minimum of 10% contingency reserve, not a maximum. It is a minimum that we must maintain 10%.
Okay, so then now I understand. There is no maximum. So you can continue to dump money into that reserve?
The idea was, originally when we got best practices from the county, was to lower the contingency reserve. In some cases, you had districts that had excessive amounts, 18. The idea was to get to 10. The resolution.
But what happens when you get to 10?
That was best practice, to keep it around 10.
Okay, but what's our practice when we get to 10?
A minimum of 10, and we only budget at 10.
So, okay, so if we get to 10, because some of these already have 10.
We only budget at 10, 10% contingency reserve.
Right, but you're budgeting every year at 10. So 10 plus 10 is 20, plus another 10 is 30. Like, if every year you put 10% in there.
No, so I went down that rabbit hole with the conversation
Okay,
that I had.
I'm new to the rabbit hole. I'm sorry.
So that contingency reserve doesn't accumulate. If you don't use the 10%, that rolls over into your 10% for next year's budget.
Correct.
It's not, but that's not how I read it. For example, in this budget for Section 1, right? The 10% is 27, and please forgive me because these numbers get smaller every time that I look at these papers. The 10% is 27,000, correct? I just want to be looking at the same paper that you're looking at.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is the excess, or what is the surplus, let's say, from this year?
So I think what you're referring to, correct me if I'm wrong, so when we go through the budget process with the board, we advise them, I have to present a balanced budget, which means my revenues and my expenses need to be zero. So taking into account all of the different things, such as the 10% required minimum for contingency reserve, taking into account administrative expenses, all the operating expenses and whatnot, what is additional was 11,000 for Miami Lakes Section 1. Now, the board said
that's for the year that we're budgeting for now.
Correct.
Okay, now hold on, stop for 1 sec so that I can follow you at the same time. The year that we're going to close out now. Now in September we close out a year. Are we going to have a surplus when we close out the books for this year?
So keep in mind that our year end is just a projection. I do not have actuals because we have not closed out the year. The year will not finish until September 30th. And even after September 30th, we may still be getting invoices up until December. So we don't officially close till December, and then we go through our audit process where then our auditors advise us of certain expenses that maybe need to be moved or certain expenses that do need to come out of here, and that's for the town as a whole.
Okay, so then the number that I'm looking at here, that maybe that's the number that I'm thinking is going to be a surplus, may not be a surplus.
So I think what you're referring to is the 24,417. Is that what you're referring to, ma'am?
That's what it sort of looks like on my paper, but I can't read.
So once we close out the year and we have actuals, that in fact may not be 24,000. It could be 10. It could be 30. Okay. I'm exaggerating the number.
Let's say that it's 10. Let's say that it's 10. Let's give it a very small number. Let's say that it's 10.
Yes, ma'am.
Where does that 10 go?
So that 10 would either be plugged, more than likely, because I like to have this, what's it called, transparent, that this is the 10%. I would probably plug it to a capital outlay, or I would plug it back into the contingency reserve. Let me go to this year. So
but that's the uncertainty, right? Because she is getting invoices.
Right, and I understand.
But the rates have to be set beforehand.
Right, and I understand the uncertainty.
So let me give an example of what happened in this current year.
Correct, okay.
In this current year, we budgeted a carry forward of $7,000, which what you would refer to as the surplus.
Right.
However, once we closed the year, we had 3,590 less than that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Melissa.
And in our carry forward amendment in April, We reduced that 7,000 to 3,590. So the new amount, by 3,790, the new carry forward amount ended up being 3,449. That 3,590, I needed to take it from somewhere to balance the budget once again, and that was taken from the reserve. So the adopted budget says the reserve is at 25. The amended budget says it's at 21 after the carry forward amendment.
Okay. So I'm looking, for example, at carry forwards for the last few years. And I'm looking, Keith, this is for Loch Lomond. So for Loch Lomond, from 2020 to 2024, the number has grown from 16,000 to 84,000. Is that an accurate?
Where are you seeing 84,000? Because I do not see 84,000.
No,
I'm in Loch Lomond.
Understand. No, I understand. Well, we'll get to Loch Lomond then when we get there.
Mm-hmm.
What I want to understand
Yes,
is if these reserves, and now I understand that it's a minimum and not a maximum. I think that it should probably be a maximum, and perhaps when we.
I think it could have been that was the intent, and then what we voted on, it was just
Right.
detail that went through when we voted. But I remember
because to not have a maximum.
the spirit of it was to not have an accumulation of excess.
Correct.
Right, to then create a slush fund to say, okay, this is what we wanted
Because
to do.
some of these special taxing districts in the county had an accumulation. Yes.
May I?
Yes.
Committee rules. It is at the bottom of the page where it says NSD. Section 1, contingency reserve. Each special taxing district shall budget 10% of their annual budget for contingencies. Where does it say minimum or maximum? Each, exactly what it says
Right,
is
so that's the gray area that
each
perhaps
special
we didn't.
taxing, but this is in your website.
And
Right,
that's
so
what we do. We
each-
budgeted at
So
10% of
that's
the
exactly what they're
operating budget.
doing. They're doing 10% every year.
Right, so there's
Right,
no
but it says here, shall budget 10% of their annual budget. That's it.
Correct.
10%.
And that's what
And
we
that's,
do.
and that's what's creating this excess of money that's just sitting there because they're
there's no
budgeting
excess.
10% every
There is
year.
no excess. A contingency reserve account is not like a regular expense account. I cannot charge anything or finance, let me correct that, cannot charge anything to a contingency reserve account. So that account will never have an expense in it. What will happen is that account will be zero. If there's money that needs to be moved from this account, it would come before this board and request to have that money moved into an expense account, which you would be advised and you would vote on it for it to happen.
So
Right,
it-
so on 21-22,
Yes, sir.
it's zeroed out. But it was budgeted on that fiscal year. It was budgeted at 10%.
Yes, sir.
So those monies, where did they go?
So in the actuals for 22, so which district are we looking at so that we're all on the same page?
We're going to Miami Lakes Section 1, and it's just for the clarity of the thought process that the councilwoman's going on. On the 21-22 actuals, the contingency reserve is zero, but that's not what happened. In 21-22, the special taxing district had to have in there the 10%. So that zero is not a zero. Their 10% that was in there, it should have carried over to this year to be net zero. But it's not. It's being added as a 25, and I think that's what's creating.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Well, what I'm trying to figure out is this 10% that is a contingency. It's not supposed to be used. It's there for emergency purposes, and I'm. Right, but then every year they budget for that money again, or maybe they don't. Maybe that's what I think, or that's what Hope just read. 10% of the budget every year. It doesn't say when you reach 10% you stop billing it. It just says 10% every year. I'm sorry?
The carry forward is not getting larger, sir. I'm not sure what it is that you're looking at, but
If I may, point of order, though.
can we stick to one?
I'm sorry, but point of order,
district,
just so just for everybody to keep in mind, we're online as well. So for the benefit of the public that's watching at home, if you have a public comment, please come up to the mic, as Ms. Reynolds did, in order, so that everyone, including those listening at home, can hear what's being said. Thank you.
Right. So my understanding from the meeting that we had was the contingency reserves aren't growing. The contingency reserves stay the same, and every year they budget 10% of whatever that budget is. Whatever doesn't get unused, whatever goes unused gets rolled over. The problem is, so that 10% gets rolled over, and everything else that was over budgeted or underspent also gets rolled over into this carry forward, right? What happens then is sometimes those funds from the carryover get reassigned to other reserve funds that are created without a purpose.
Like the line that says
purpose.
for guardhouse renovations.
Exactly that line item, right? And that line item has an analog on, I think, 4 of the 7 NSD. Like, a lot of the NSDs have a line similar to that. So it's not that the contingency reserve is growing.
If this line, and again, forgive me for asking the same question to all of you again. Was our intent to have 10% in reserves, period? Or was our intent to have 10% every year go into reserves?
No, the intent, I sponsored the item.
Yeah, it was your item.
Right. The intent was to have 10%, so we wouldn't be blindsided by any subtle shift in the budgeting process.
10% one time.
It was not intended to accrue, but from what I see here, that it gets zeroed out and reallocated. It could be, and I don't know, Melissa, if you walk me through, I didn't have the benefit of meeting with you for 3 hours, so that might be my mistake. Is it that? Like, why does it get zeroed out?
Because there's no expenses that hit that account. So again, the budget, the 10% is based on whatever budget is that year. It's not money that we take and put, like, that is whatever that budget is for that year. It could be less based on whatever the budget is. If the budget's more, then the 10% will be more.
So let me walk you through a scenario. The NSD has $10 in revenue and $10 in expenses and $10 in reserves, budgeted. And at the end of the year, the $10 paid for the $10 in expenses, and we have $10 left in reserve. Where do those $10 go next year?
That $10 would be carried forward into the next year.
And in the next budget, do we budget for another $10 in reserves?
The $10 of reserve will be whatever that budget is from the year.
Right.
Because the 10% is based off the budget.
So if I have another $10 in revenue this year, I'm going to have another $10 in budgeted for reserves, which means that I'm going to have $20.
No. Right. No.
Well, forget about my percentages. I'm just using the $10 because I can't use any
You're
other
trying
numbers.
to make it simple.
Right. $1, let's say. 10% of $10 is $1. That, am I going to have $2 next year, or am I going to have $1 next year?
If your budget stays the same, it will be $1.
So then at some point there should be a credit to the homeowner.
So
I think what she's trying to say, though, is that if expenses go up, which obviously with inflation they have, and the cost of replacing a guard gate arm, goes up, then therefore what counts as 10% goes up with it.
Correct. So if the budget goes up, the 10% will go up because it's based off of the operating budget.
So at no point do we ever reach that 10%? At some point we have to reach that 10%.
You reached it the first time you funded it.
October 1 of every year, there's 10% in the contingency reserve.
No, but you're not understanding my question. If we didn't use the reserves last year, because they are for contingencies, so sometimes things do not need to be replaced. So if they were left over last year, what happens on October 1st?
Yeah. The dilemma that people have been talking about is exactly right sometimes. Some of the committees have said, let's whatever's left over from contingency, let's put it in a line for.
So then let's answer my question directly so that we can move on, so that I can have an answer and
But
we
it
can
depends.
figure out.
Every single one, because if the
But
committee.
I want to know what our policy is. What is it that we do with that money so that we can decide moving forward
Your
what we're gonna
policy
do?
is in the contingency reserve, the new budget every single year, in contingency, there's 10% of that coming year's budget. That is for sure.
I understand
in
what
the
the mayor-
previous years,
what
but
the
it's
manager's
a
saying.
wild card, right? Because the previous
But
years.
it cannot be a wild card
No,
because
it-
you can reach a point where you can have 100% in reserve.
I agree, but the
10 years later.
here's the wild
So-
card. The wild card is that in the previous year, when you're developing the budgets, which we do them all summer long, they're meeting with the committees, they're developing the budgets. These invoices and these the expenses for the NSD, they're not really known completely until all invoices are paid, which is 3 months after the end of the fiscal year, right? But we have to develop a budget for your approval and submit.
I understand, but we've been
months
developing these budgets now for 5 years. So at what point do we reach the 10% and then no longer tack it on to the budget?
We do it every year, right? So what, if I may, so let's say this year that contingency reserve wasn't touched, right? That contingency reserve becomes part of the carry forward balance.
Correct.
Right? And the new budget contemplates it requires a 10% of that new budget be funded.
Correct.
So that carry forward moves over.
Along with the new 10%.
No. The carry forward sucks in that 10%. If it gets unused,
That's how it should be.
right, that's how it works. The problem is when there's excess carry forward, that excess carry forward is being reassigned to other items,
Right.
to other line items.
And that carry forward is unknown until December or January.
So then, so then basically it's not being called a contingency, it's being called something else. It's being moved over to another line that's called guardhouse renovations, and then we're tacking on another 10%.
What you can do, right, because of the uncertainty of the budget compilation process, right, that we're developing the process, the budgets over the summer, we don't know what the carry forward is really going to be until all invoices come in and everything. When the carry forward amendment is done in March or April, by then we know what the final number is. The simplest and cleanest way would be to say, okay, we budgeted October 1, we started with 10%. But in the subsequent March or April, whenever you consider the carry forward amendment, if there is a carry forward, whatever that amount is, we don't allow any allocation to the guardhouse renovation line or whatever other line is done. You can elect to say, okay, how much is it? $10,000? We're going to divvy up by those 10,000 by the number of homeowners, and we give them a rebate in the spring, after the fact.
Right, but
So-
my point is, and I'm
Keith,
sorry, Keith.
I'll call
My
you.
point is that contingency should not be part of our regular operating expenses. That contingency is budgeted for separately. What do you mean?
It's per resolution. This is a resolution that the town council
No,
set.
I understand that it's a resolution, but it's not part of your budget. It is for emergency purposes. It's not for operating expenses. It's in
It's
case
not,
something
no,
comes up.
and that is not how it is in the budget either.
Exactly. So should it not be left over at the end of the year unless some
So
unforeseen
let me give you an
circumstance
example
came
of
up?
what happened in 21-22.
Mhm.
In 21-22, the contingency reserve was budgeted at $18,083. What happened? In November, I don't know off the top of my head, I do the numbers. Jeremy's here, he can. The board decided that they wanted to do a renovation of some sort. I believe it was for lighting.
That wasn't on the budget.
It was not part of the budget.
Then that should not have been allowed by the board. We voted for
that item came before the council, and it was requested to utilize the 18,000, a portion of it, to then transfer it to a capital account so that they can go ahead and do the access control
Okay.
cards. So in November of that year, the council approved $17,768 to go ahead and fund this. What happens then going into fiscal year 22-23, we had to raise the rate because they ate up their contingency reserve. And in order for me to meet the requirements of the resolution, I have to then have a 10%
That I
based on
understand.
the annual budget.
That I understand. My scenario is in a year where that doesn't happen. In a year where the $18,000 is still there, and come October 1, do we charge them for another 18,000, or does that 18,000 roll over? But that's not what's happening.
So if I can continue with my explanation. So in 21, 22, our actuals were 3,449 because we ate up the contingency.
Right.
So we carried forward, or we reduced, because my projection was 7,000, we reduced it by 3,000, and then we had to increase the rate for 2023. Now, what is the projection for this year right now? The year in projection is 24, which essentially would be the contingency reserve that would be carried forward into 23, 24. Does that make sense on
Yes.
how my explanation?
Yes.
So it's not that it's being double counted or being utilized. This is a specific case because this is the only district that has actually used up their
So
contingency.
if the rate stays the same as it was last year, because there hasn't been a reduction in rate for Section 1. It's $340 last year, and it's $340 proposed for this year. And we carry over that reserve, contingency, surplus, whatever you want to call it. How much will we have in
So-
reserve for 23, 24?
23, 24, right now, based on the year in projection, again, I do not have actuals. That is a projection. The current 10% minimum, or the 10% of the whole budget would be 27,000.
27, but we should already have 18. Because we didn't
So
have any unforeseen circumstances
Remember
last
that
year.
18 was not, it was in the prior year.
How much was it last year, or in the current
So
year?
the current year, it's 25.
Did we use any of that money for unforeseen circumstances in this year?
We did not. But
did not.
I did make an adjustment and reduced it by 3,500 because originally my year-end projection was 7 to carry forward. But when we got all the actuals, we reduced it by 3, so then the new carry forward became 3. Do you follow?
Yes, I follow. So shouldn't their rate be less if the 25 from last year is carrying over to this year? Shouldn't their rate be less if they don't have to refund the 25?
Did the rates for the security guard contract change throughout the year, from last year to this year?
So is that what's happening, Melissa, that they're using that contingency in speed bumps and guardhouse renovations and other things? Is that what's up?
So, okay, because we're still on Section 1.
Right, but the carryover is not there for you to use. Like,
So remember that when this went on first reading, there was an item that you removed.
Christmas lights.
Yes, we removed the Christmas lights and we went back to the same assessment rate as the prior year.
Correct, the $340.
Taking into account everything, taking into account what we receive in revenue or in assessment rates, should I say. What's left over after taking contingency reserve? I want to state this. Whenever we go through this budget process and we meet with the board, we go line by line. And I'm sure everyone that's on the board and has been there can attest to that. We go line by line. Once we get to the end and we've taken into account the 27,000, and if they do not have a specific project that they have in mind to do in the next year that we don't have specifically budgeted for, so for example, this one, we have $11,282 after taking into account everything. So I state to them, you have 11,000. You have the option that we can take that 11,000, divide it by the number of units, and refund that amount and lower the assessment for that year. However, that was not what the committee decided to do. No committee has decided to do that in this fiscal year, for next fiscal year. So they decided that they wanted to keep the 11,000 so that they can do some projects. They didn't have specific projects at this moment they were going to utilize it for, but they did not vote to then lower the assessment by that 11,000. So I have to present a
Okay,
balanced
so now
budget.
now I understand. Okay. It's not that I don't understand how this works. It's that excess or surplus is being used for other things. Instead of keeping it in the contingency pot, Contingency is for emergencies, not for bells and whistles and not for brilliant ideas. It's for emergencies. The roof caved in. We need to replace the roof. Not, I don't like the color of the guardhouse. I want to change the color. I'm using
27,000.
just fictitious examples.
Is what you're referring to, the 27,000 that's in reserve?
Correct.
The contingency, yes.
In my mind, that 27,000, if there's no emergency, transitions to next year.
Correct.
And they don't pay 340, this year they pay 300. That's how it works in my mind.
No.
That's how, but yes.
Because you have to keep in mind that the 10% is off the operating budget.
Now you're giving me the answer that I want. It's
not-
10% every year off the operating budget.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the answer. That's not how it should be.
Well,
Because
it's just
if
this
they don't
year's
use
10%.
then it's going to reach a point where it's
No,
going to
no.
be 10%, 20%, 30%.
Councilmember, I think what Melissa's point is that this year's 10%.
Am I the only one that doesn't understand?
This year's 10% may be different than next year's 10%,
So-
the number.
Right, but
How
next year we
get-
might just need 2. Let's say
Correct.
that next year, that 10% is a little bit higher because
Correct.
the budget went up. But then I only need to bill them for 2%.
Correct.
The difference, not the
this is
whole
where-
The
difference.
problem is we don't know, it's almost impossible, it is impossible to budget the carry forward because
Right.
it's a question mark.
It's not
on-
impossible because the contingency reserve is a contingency. If nothing has happened and it hasn't been used, it should still be there.
But you don't know if it's going to be used
Of course
until you've received all the invoices, you paid everything out.
So then we'll never know.
Well, you will know. That's why I was proposing the idea of letting it go, having a carry forward, don't allow the money to be allocated to some of these extra lines that you created, and then paying a rebate back to the residents in the spring, after you do know what all the invoices and everything was paid and done and over with, and that way you
So-
know what it is after the new year. But the money still ends up going back to the residents.
The operating budgeted
There's two
right
members
now
of the
is-
public that have wanted
I'm
to
sorry.
chime in.
Please forgive me for dragging this on so long, but I need to understand the process.
I just want to, I think, clarify some of the issue with the projection at the end of the year, bills that come later. 85, if you take out the 10% for the town and the 10% for the reserve, it's probably 95% of the budget's the contract price. There's no surprises. We have an agreement with the contract company. We know what's going to happen. And I don't know, but I assume that the town uses a purchase order method for what's going out. So then, the stuff that, for those other repairs, we should have purchase orders. Look, it's not going to be perfect, but in this situation, I've got to believe we actually have a very good sense of how much money
Well,
is
it's not
going to be
perfect,
going.
but it's not going to be a $27,000 difference or a $25,000
Exactly right.
difference.
Between the purchase orders and the contracts, you're going to get almost everything. So I think that's kind of a red herring. And I just wanted to clarify that because we were spending a lot of time talking about that.
Thank you.
If I may.
Esperanza Reynolds again. Just to make it really simple, I sincerely hope that you consider, since these funds cannot be commingled, and these are the funds of Section 1, that there be a checking account where our money is deposited, that we get to see every invoice, just like when we wanted to transfer from the county, and that we are allowed to do a citizen's audit. That would put us all rest assured that our money's not going here and there and what happened and where did it go, because the problem is that we have a community back there that is counting on all of us to try to figure this out, and the thing is that we never know. And because it all flows through the general fund and all that, and we know exactly
This
what life
is not in the general
that's
fund,
what
this is a
we
separate
want.
fund.
Well, if it is not commingled, then it
each
should be
district
very
has their own
simple to
fund.
have a checking account, and that we can look at every invoice, at every payment, at everything, conduct a citizen's audit, and we will be rest assured. Thank you.
We have a transparency module that anyone can view on the, I will show you. Come see me and I will show you. And every fund, every district has their own code. So Miami Lake Section 1 has one, Royal Oaks East, yeah, and it's not commingled. That is not part of the general fund whatsoever. It is a completely separate fund.
I just wanted to say something, and I sponsored the item that kind of created that 10%, because what I was concerned about was exactly some of the stuff that we're kind of talking about but are tiptoeing around. Was that, and I remember myself as an HOA board member, I wanted to have the funds just in case, because the last thing I wanted to do was to assess somebody, right? And what I found is the same thing that's happened when we're in committees, right? We go through this exercise in the committees, right? If we don't find a use for it, we're going to lose the money. So we have to put it somewhere. We have to allocate it. We have to find something. And that's something that I think is what's kind of driving at the point that's kind of continuing to be a burden on you, specifically Councilman Morano, is that, the intent was always, let's see how we can not only bring control back to the people, because I think we have that with the citizens advisory boards, but also try to keep away from that use it or lose it mentality. At least for me, that's what's kind of drawing at me when I had proposed this item. So that's why I said, 10% reserves, because I didn't want 20, 30, 40, 50, or some carry over, and we find a pocket to put it in the reserves. I didn't want to go through this exercise of, hey, let's find something to use this on, right? And we've found them, right? We found these exercises. We'll give people new things, right? We'll give new LPRs. And there will always be money, because there's always going to be a 10%. The restraint at the end of the day comes to us, right? And that's the same thing we've gone through the committee process. How many times have we told committees, hey, keep it flat, because we're not going to do another event. We're not going to do another add-on, right? And I think, kind of to your points, Councilwoman Morano, is this that use it or lose it? Are we allocating the $11,000 because that's what the committee wants to do? Because if we don't put that somewhere, it's going to eviscerate, and absent that money, then we're not going to have it next year. And I think that's kind of the thing that drove at you when I heard your public comments, is we have to pay closer attention, right? We have
and I just want to give staff the proper guidance, what our intent is, because to me, our intent was to create that reserve, reach that max, and then be done with it. Once you reach that number, there's no need to create any more reserves.
But they're going back to the members, right, that we've appointed, a representation of the community, right? And the members are saying, no, let's put this and invest this into a potential.
Right, and that's what we're going to talk about afterwards, right? Because afterwards we're going to talk about the ordinances and what we're allowed to and not allowed to budget for. But for right now, I think, I'm not going to continue to beat the 10%. I think that we've reached the point where we all understand that we want to either cap it at 10%, but we don't want it to be 10% every year. We don't want it to accumulate on itself, is my point.
Okay, I'm gonna beat the dead horse just a little bit more to see if we can if we can get there. Yeah, because it's still twitching a little bit. It's still twitching a little bit. In a perfect world, right, where they don't dip into the contingency reserve this year, right, and the contingency reserve is $25,000. During the when they close out the books, there will be a carry forward of at least $25,000, right? If during this year, now what's happening, so during the next budget year, we are budgeting a different $25,000, right? We got a different $25,000 because that's last year's budget, this is this year's budget. Okay. When they get the carry forward and they get the notification that, hey, you have the 25 you're expecting plus 3 because Manager Peterman did a really good job and ran a very efficient NSD. So you got 28. Those 28 are not accumulating in that reserve. The reserve is not growing past the 10%. But it's not. What's happening is that carry forward is now not reserve, it's carry forward. That carry forward is being then assigned rather than being used to what I think our original intent was, which is to lower subsequent assessments. It's being put in other places in the budget, right? For new expenses or newly specialized specific reserves, right? But the contingency reserve is not growing. It's not becoming 20%.
But it should be growing. See, I'm not crazy. You understand me.
Right.
25 plus 25 should be 50. 25 should not be called now guard gate renovations or speed bumps.
Correct.
Reserves should always turn into reserves. Reserves are not disposable funds for operating expenses. Reserves should carry over into reserve accounts.
Right. The problem is that we need to have reserves October 1st, and we don't know what the carry forward amount is going to be until December.
So I'll give you that excuse.
So we have to budget
I'll give you that excuse for 1 year.
Right.
But once you have 50 in there, then the following year the reserve should be zero. Right? Once you got your 25 plus your 25, at the following year you're going to do another 10% reserves?
No. You do another 10%. Hold on. You do another 10% based on that year's budget, and when you get your carry forward, you use that to offset the next year's. That's what that's how I see it.
But when does it stop is what I'm saying. We've been doing this for 5 years.
No, because then what should happen is every year, supposing you never use it, right? Mm-hmm. Every year, every budget would then contemplate a $25,000 that came from the year before, mm-hmm. right? That then lowers that amount and keeps that amount the same for all subsequent years.
Mr. Fernandez.
Once you get used to, I'm terrible at explaining things, by the way. Go ahead.
No, we're all terrible tonight.
No, I think, and Melissa said it best, I think the area of opportunity is where the carry forward, she goes over every line item, right, with them, and they say, well, let's put this here and this item just in case. I think the area of opportunity is there. Instead of putting it in these areas, we can use that to, not raise or reduce the level. That's the area of opportunity. Okay. That's the area of opportunity. The reserve has to be there. It's there for a reason. It's for emergencies, right? We've had times where we get 3 hurricanes. What if that guard gate, something happens to that guard gate, right? But I think that's the area of opportunity. I'd love to work with everybody who's on the committee, with Melissa, who is doing what the committee's telling them to do. She's not, she's saying, oh, you want it here? Okay, I'll put it here, right? She's not, it's not her purview to be telling them, no, I think you should do this, I think you should do that. They're telling them what their needs are. So I think we need to bring the committee members who are volunteers here. They represent their HOAs. They have a grasp of what's going on. Is there an area opportunity to not put so much, or not bells and whistles like you said, or not add things, so we can lower the assessments and lower the assessments?
That's our responsibility. When it gets presented to us, that's where we have to say, no, this is not what we want.
Sure.
We want it to
absolutely
go into reserves.
But I love to get the feedback, of course, the committee members who they're doing that for a reason. I like to understand what they're saying. Say, hey, is there room not to do that, so we can give back to the residents? Because what the residents are looking for is, hey, listen, let's not keep raising this, because remember, they don't have the 3% cap that ad valorem taxes do on homesteaded property. So I think that's where the area of opportunity is, right there. The carry forward. Why are we finding places to spend it? If there's legitimate reasons to spend it, I understand that. But I'm sure there's a middle ground where we can provide relief, and so I think we're all in agreement there. So maybe the text of what we voted on a couple years ago needs to be amended to take into that consideration, where we have that voice.
I think that what happened here is that there was a miscommunication, no offense to our legal department, but with the town attorney's office, because when I voted in favor of Councilman Collazo's item, I was very clear, in my understanding at least, that this was meant to be a maximum, not to exceed, and everything else was, yes, to reduce future assessments. That was my understanding when I voted for it. I thought he was pretty clear, and just maybe in the drafting it wasn't clear enough, and therefore staff, was going based off what they saw there, and it wasn't clear enough in what was written. So maybe we do need to revisit it, but at least my understanding was what Councilman Collazo intended was very clearly 10% maximum, period, end of story.
Right.
May I?
Yeah.
Yes, can I speak?
Yeah. That was really creepy because I didn't know who was speaking, and I looked around and nobody's lips were moving. It was very strange. Thank you, Helen.
Helen Costa again. So I want to say a few things. First of all, everything what you guys do on the council, this is a tough job, and I commend you all. It's a tough job. How do you please everybody? How do you get it right? So just as a member on one of the NSDs, and I think we were talking about Section 1, I can tell you it's not easy, even at this level. And I don't take what I do lightly. But I do want to address a few things. When I came onto this committee, the The voice populace in section 1 was that guard gate sucked. The arms were always broken. The guards were always missing. The trees that were there looked horrific, and that there was very poor lighting. And based on that, the committee, there was different members. Right now, the board, the advisory board's composition is different than it was at the beginning. But it was all discussed. I mean, at nauseum, really. I mean, for a long, long time, it was like, okay, let's fix the landscaping. And we addressed it with the town. It was like, who pays for that? Does the town pay for that? And we were told that from the beginning of that island to the end of the island, everything in between there, because of the guard gate, came out of this taxing district. So I don't know. I am not an expert. I listened to advice, and from there, I was one of the voices and one of the votes on this committee. And then we started to do landscaping. Once we started doing landscaping, then we started talking about the lighting. And then we said, wait a minute, we're going to fix the landscaping, then to tear it apart to add lighting. And so then we paused the landscaping to add the lighting. It wasn't that we had money. I invite all of you and the public to sit in our meetings. I have not been in one meeting where we're like, we have extra money. How do we keep it? That has never happened. Maybe it happened in 1 or 2 meetings that I was absent during the COVID days, but I have never been part of the discussion of, oh, there's extra money. How do we use it so we don't give it back? On the contrary, but we took over something that I'm going to say was not working right. So they looked at security and like lighting needs to be improved. Then we did the lighting. Then we did the landscaping. Then the guard situation was an issue. We changed guards. And then we were told, hold on a second, level 1, level 2, it was more expensive. So it's not that we were looking to spend more money. It's how do we fix the problem that we were all encountering, where the voice, the majority of the voices behind section 1 were complaining that things weren't being done right. And because of that, I heard a lot of people saying, get rid of it. We don't need it. It's not working right. And in my position, it wasn't get rid of it. It was fix it, get it right. We can get it right. It's not eliminate it. It's to get it right. So to this, I tell you is we go, that's where the light came up. It wasn't frills and it wasn't bells and whistles. Changing the guard to the different level was not frills and bells and whistles. And trying to get 24/7 is not frills or bells and whistles. It's trying to meet the reason why that guard whole thing existed. I want to address these speed bumps that I keep hearing is, oh, we have money and now we have this great idea. If you listen to the meetings or you would attend the meetings, the conversation was this. After we started changing the guards, and now the guards' presence was a lot better, there was less absence. It's not perfect, but it's getting better. Then it was, we would have lanes with a cone in it broken, not for a day or two, for weeks. In fact, there was 2 lanes that were down, I think it was for more than a month. How do we address it? And it was all the company, the service company, and it's missing parts. And it's like, well, one of the questions was, well, why are the guard gates always broken? Or why are they like hanging down? And then the report that came back to us was, well, there's a percentage of, just whatever, malfunction. But there was a big percentage that it was that cars were hitting them. To the point that it was described that, I think it was Jeremy and someone else actually sat at the guard gate for a while, I think with the security guard company, I forgot the guy's name. I think his name is John, that he attends our meeting. Which is, by the way, a benefit of changing one of the companies. We have a representative at the meetings, every meeting, so that we can discuss, the goods and the bads and how to improve stuff. And they came and says, people are timing the gate. It's not that we want speed bumps because people are speeding and now we want to like ruin everybody. And by the way, I hate speed bumps as well. But what I do know is, what I hate more is that I'm on a committee, we're paying taxes for security, there's supposed to be gate arms that go up and down, and the majority of the time, these arms are either broken or not operating. And when they find out why, we found out that one of the high percentage of the reasons were because cars were hitting them, even to the point of just tapping them, because cars are timing how to get through the gate without having to come to a complete stop. So we don't have police force out there like, hey, they didn't come to a complete stop, let's give them a ticket. So the recommendation that was given to us was speed bumps. If you put a speed bump before it, it it encourages people to have to slow down, maybe less timing of the bars, so that less tapping of the bars, so that there's less times when the bars are down and broken. I want to say that because I've heard a few times at this meeting and at the budget meeting from the town council about frills and people want speed bumps and why there's no racing. if you would listen to the whole meeting, you just can't take a narrative and go with it. Let's go, where did the speed bumps come from? And I've been itching to say that, and I want to make sure that you understand is the speed bumps were not because we all are happy and crazy and want to put speed bumps. It's because how do we stop the arms from being down and inoperational with a cone where now we have, instead of 3 entrance lanes, we only have 1 entrance lane or 2 entrance lanes. That's one of them. And the other thing I keep hearing, and maybe it has happened in other committees and other sections, but in section 1, I can tell you that I've been a member since the beginning that we created, the town created that. And I can tell you, I have never, ever sat in a meeting where we all sat and said, how do we keep the money? So I just want to make sure that the council, I know what you guys do is hard, but I needed to get that off my chest. Thank you, guys.
Ms. Costa, thank you so much for your comments. And I just had a colleague whisper in my ear, we need to be courteous of the other special taxing districts, and maybe we should put the conversation on pause. But since you were last to speak, and you were so eloquent in kind of giving us some of the historical context of how some of these things came up, how did the issue of the holiday decorations come up?
So once we did the whole, the landscaping and the lighting, now people in the community, for example, they reached out to me, and there was other members that were reached out to say, hey, why can't we put decorations there like the rest of the town throughout the town? And I know that, for example, I sent an email out to, I don't remember if it was Jeremy or not, and I don't want to throw him under the bus, but whoever our contact person was, and I said, this is what I'm listening to, and I believe other members also did that. And next we knew, we had those garlands. And then now when we were doing budgets, we sat down and said, how much did those garlands cost? And they told us, and we all went, oh, that was horrific. That cost too much money. It was no show. So it was basically is spirit of the holidays, also like the timing of the plant ends. That I know that there was also talk about, why are we changing out the plant ends? Well, the committee met for hours and hours, and the rest of the town has where they change out those plants, and they think it looks pretty. It's our property values are there. Why do we have to do this where they just put sod? And besides, when they put the sod, it wasn't being kept. So as far as the holiday, the conversation started with somebody in the town made the decision, and they put those garlands, and we came back and said that did not warrant that price. Hey, but we all did say is what we were hearing from the community once we had those light posts was, hey, can't we decorate like like the rest of the town does during the holidays? So I hope I answered your question.
No, yeah, you did. And the reason that I had asked it, I didn't know if it was contemplated prior, or it was something that, like you just said, like an idea that came up because somebody tried it and said, hey, wouldn't that be a great idea? And hey, we have the budget for it. Why don't we kind of move in this direction, because it would increase property values, make everything look nicer. And I think that just speaks to the very nature of the use it or lose it mentality that I was speaking to about earlier. That if there's funds there, we will find something because we have great ideas, because there are things that we want, and there are things that we know will be better for the town. And I think that's in your purview as a committee person, as a representative of that community, to want that. I think we also have to balance that, right? And that's the chore that we're doing now, is the balancing act of hearing from other members of the community saying, no, we want to keep our taxes low, or we want to keep it flat. Look at what happened to us today as a council. We just went to an item that was proposed by one of my colleagues to contemplate the possibility of keeping the same tax rate, right?
Right.
And we heard overwhelmingly that that's not something that people want to do. We want to go back to the rollback rate, right? So it's that balancing act that we have here that's a chore that, again, speaks to that example of how the holiday lights come on, and there's a nice thing. I think we have it now here as a liability, right? The LPRs, we heard that that's an investment we wanted to do. Now we have to fund it, and it's a $6,500 expense, right, that's contemplated. So these are things that we have to do. And it's not, and I appreciate, I've always appreciated your comments, especially on the committee, because you've been very balanced in how you look at these things, and you're very pragmatic, and you really try to pull the emotion out of it. And I've always respected you, and I appreciate your comments. But what I do want to do now is give it back to my colleague, because this is his meeting, and Councilman Fernandez, I was trying to fill in time while we were off the air. I'm hearing from some of the board members that they want to talk about their issues, and Section 1 continues to, we haven't been able to move past Section 1, so I don't know if you want to revisit your format, or?
Are we gonna just go through the things that we want to remove from the budget?
No, we can't. This is a workshop.
No, we're not gonna vote, but.
To get consensus.
Right. I think that we've made it clear that we want 10% reserves not to accumulate. Correct? And that and that there shouldn't be any placeholder lines for repairs, for future repairs, that should come out of the contingency if future repairs ever come
I'd like
up.
to hear from the other, just
No,
lock loan
I'm
and
only
stuff, yeah.
specifically talking about section 1. Yes.
I've heard from staff that there's some people here from a lake maintenance district that's going to be very brief. I don't know if we want to take them out of turn just to move along the meeting.
I would agree with that. I don't think their NSDs are going to be particularly controversial at all.
What did you want to add, Boris? Real quick.
Well, real fast,
Done with section 1.
well, I think this is with all the districts. What happens is when they go through they have the prior year budget, the proposed, the actual, and they will go through and, like for Gate Arms, they'll have budgeted 6,000 last year, 3,000 was spent. They'll leave the budget at 6,000 and might even add more, and then that is above and beyond what's in the reserves, and that will happen on line item after line item. So what your conversation regarding the reserves misses.
Right, also look at all of the line items.
But it misses a lot of where budgets are well below what's been projected, but they'll leave it the same and to just store money. I'll cut it
Thank
short.
you, Boris. Thank you.
You want to take the lakes?
I mean, it's your meeting. This is your workshop. So whatever you'd like to do.
How many people are here from the lake NSDs? All right, let's okay, then we'll continue going with section 1 until we're done with section 1. There's no votes. It's a workshop. It's an informal discussion.
I would propose, since there's representation from all sections, and there's a lot to do with section 1, but so they can speak a little bit more.
Let's just do public comments, and then if there's anything left over, we can work it out on our own. Let's allow.
Yeah, I think
These are informal meetings where you are an active participant. We tried to do a format in the beginning. We started with the toughest one because there's 7 different associations there. Which one are you representing? Royal Oaks. Okay.
We were gonna do section 1, Loch Lomond, the 2 Royal Oaks, and then
That was it.
and then the lakes.
Is any Loch Lomond representatives?
But the lakes, right?
From Loch Lomond? Okay.
Look, I think you were onto something. I think we should allow everybody to speak. That way, everybody we can
Right.
get
And
everybody's
then if you want to
comments in.
stay, right?
And then if you want to stay for our deliberations, you're more than welcome to. But at least we get
Right, we give you the opportunity.
the
to
biggest
speak.
point of having this meeting was to hear from you, right? And that's that. I don't want to lose that because we're running out of time. So I'd rather hear from everybody, make sure that we hear everybody, and if we're here until 3 o'clock in the morning bantering about, then we'll do that.
Right,
but that's
we'll do that on our own.
just come on up.
Hi, my name is Irene Gutierrez. I don't know if you can hear me well. What? Well, the district is Royal Oaks East, however
Royal Oaks East.
you want to call it. I am here tonight because did you want me to say where I live? Besides my address? Did you need my address? Okay. I am here tonight because we are not getting the service that we pay for the security company. Royal Oaks East is a joke, and I know that most of you know this. And I know that I've spoken to Peterman many times regarding this and the police department.
What is
The
your
guards-
current, what is
I'm
the
sorry.
current company that you're using for the guard
The
gates?
same one everybody uses.
Everybody's
SFM.
using Kent now? Or SFM?
I think everybody's using
Everybody
SFM.
has transitioned to SFM? Loch Lomond has kept their original service
Okay, well, whatever,
with Kent.
then, the rest of us.
Thank
Okay?
you.
The guards take endless bathroom breaks, dinner or lunch breaks. Some days the guards are absent from their post more than they are manning it, and that's a shame. And this includes weekdays, weekends, asking a guard why he or she is taking a picture through a closed door inside the guardhouse. The excuses or the puzzled faces are like, what's it to you? And we're paying the tax dollars. Okay? The service is terrible. Not sure what training they're getting or how they evaluate their employees. And to be fair, some guards are very good, but others are adding and compounding to the problem. The intent of the guardhouse and the guard is to be a deterrent for traffic and crime. Am I right or wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Do any of you live in Royal Oaks?
No.
No, so you're not feeling the pain. Okay. The guard on duty controls the guard arm to allow one car at a time to raise and lower after each car and take the picture of the license. Is that the protocol?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's not happening in Royal Oaks. 3, 4 cars are coming in, and there is no way they have time to take that picture if you have one car going in and they're waving them in one right after
They
the
leave
other.
the arm up.
Yes, totally up. This Saturday, there was no school, and they were doing this in multiple times with the morning shift and the afternoon shift. And I'll tell you why this behavior is happening with the guards on Royal Oaks East. I don't know the rest.
Is it both gates?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, because it's the same guards, more or less, that get shifted.
Rotate.
We don't rotate from the west to the east or from Section 1 that I just learned to ours. We get the same guards, okay? When we went to the county to have the guards installed, we requested these because traffic speeding through our streets and burglaries were out of control. The protocol from the start has been the one I just mentioned. You lift the arm. When the car gets there, you take the picture, lower the guard arm, and let the other car come in. We cannot accommodate traffic because this defeats the purpose of the guardhouses, right? Can we accommodate traffic?
No, traffic is not the the guard has to do that no matter how much traffic
All
there
right.
is.
When the town police failed to enforce the no left on 82nd Avenue, the guards are told to open the guard arms so that they don't create traffic on 82nd, and it creates a bottleneck on 79th Avenue, okay? Because all the cars for school in the morning,
Do we tell them to do that? No.
the police does
The
give them
police-
directive.
Okay.
There are no post orders from the contract to the
Then-
vendor to do that.
There's no post
So
orders?
that we need to know where that
We
order
need
is
to know
coming
where it's
from,
coming
so that
from,
we
because
can.
I went with Gonzalez and with Ruiz, and I've approached this question many a time, even to the manager. Okay, I've approached and said, who is giving the directive for those guard arms to come up and allow all these cars to come in? Because they come in droves, and what happens is that when you allow 82nd Avenue to have all this traffic coming in through 79th, they use this as a parking lot, right? And from my understanding, and I think most of you here, a street is meant to be used to drive through, not to park on. 79th gets backed up from the north gate of the school all the way to the middle of the first lake, whatever it's called, Lake Gloria, I live there. 162nd Street, which is where we live, we cannot access 79th Avenue. We can't make a right or a left to head north or southbound. We are trapped, held hostage in our community for a while in the morning, not that long in the morning because people are working a little faster or driving a little faster, but in the afternoon it's an hour plus sometimes. And if the guards did their job, and I've been at it for quite a while, and it got worse after COVID, and then it got 10 times worse after the bridge opening. I would like to know why the town police has a dummy police car there after the first 2 weeks of school, or the first 3 weeks of school, on 82nd Avenue that doesn't enforce the no left. I remember very clearly at the beginning when we moved in there, and they always told us this traffic will never affect the Royal Oaks East because the traffic for the school is going to be on the perimeter road. That was a big deception, and we're paying the price now. But that doesn't mean that that wrong has to stay wrong. It has to be made a right, and you guys are in control of that. You're in control of the police department. They know traffic, but they know also that if they allow all those cars that are coming from the 170 bridge, okay, which are not residents of Miami Lakes, to come in droves, because that's how they come in and park on the guardhouses, on the streets, on people's driveways, on people's swales, okay? We can't get in and out. So we can't get in through 79th in the afternoon because it's blocked all the way to 154, and we can't get out from 162 to get out through 82nd Avenue. So I'm asking you here today, we pay a pretty good money on taxes, on guardhouses, on everything that you guys know that we pay. Why are our rights being violated? Why can't I leave my house at any moment of the given day?
Yes.
And it's not that it's a sad case, it's something that you have to work on as a town.
Well, we need to find out.
We didn't create the problem. We were here first.
I agree. I agree. We need to find out who's giving that directive to keep those arms up. Okay, then we need to speak to whoever from SFM so that they make sure that the protocol is followed no matter how much traffic there is.
We recently actually amended the post orders to make sure that that was clear. JP has actually started recently doing more quality assurance. Just Friday, we found that same occurrence. We discussed it. They issued new a new captain to go around Saturday. I don't know what time this event happened, but
No, it was
Saturday
in the morning, in the afternoon.
to start going around in the I don't know if it was afternoons or evenings, but to start retraining on this new post order.
Do we have anything in our contracts with SFM of how many times they can repeat an offense before we terminate contract with them?
It's so far what we've done is we take it on the individual basis. Like they mentioned, some of the security guards are very good, some are very bad. Repeat offenders with major offenses typically get requested to be removed from any town on Miami Lakes site. So we have done that, and we have exercised that with some of the cases that are pretty bad. Now, on the repeat cases, once it's something minor, once or twice, we will evaluate and see if it's worth it or not. But in these cases, as far as some of these items, we have readdressed it with SFM. They've been responsive so far, and JP is actually continuing to up his quality assurances because of some of the comments we've received in more the
Right, because
previous.
keeping the gate arms up is actually violating the whole purpose of the guard gate. So that's a major offense.
Correct, and that's why we made sure
That's
that
not
it
an
was written.
extended bathroom break. That's
It was
that's a
written
huge
clearly
problem.
in the post orders. So
Okay,
like
the
we
bathroom
mentioned,
breaks
we'll go
are
through and
excessive.
take a look.
They put the sign, they're out to dinner, they're at the bathroom, they're cleaning or brooming, which I found out, by the way, in the last meeting that we have a janitorial service. One of the guards was sweeping with a broom the outside of the guardhouse. And this guard has been there for a while, and there's been a complaint about this guard. When I asked, why was the guard arm up? In English, she said, I don't speak English, and Mr. Peterman, you know about this. Then I said, all right. And then I said it in Spanish. She shut the door and started screaming and yelling inside the guardhouse like a lunatic, and I was sitting in my car with a seatbelt on and drove away. And this is the person that is still working at that guardhouse.
So when those things happen, if you can send us an email with the time and date, because we have a log of what guards are working each shift.
I
So
think
to
I've
be
been
able-
sending a lot of emails, and JP's doing a great job, but his predecessor, I didn't have a very good experience with her.
Okay.
She insulted me and accused me of having two guards fired, which I have no authority to do. One, because I asked one guard, I'm sorry, you're supposed to be manning the guard arm. And he said, I'm on a call to Cuba. The second lady told me that I wasn't her boss. I never confronted anybody else. I called his predecessor and told her about it, and a big stink was at the last committee meeting.
And well, you help us do a better job, because you guys
I've
are
been
the eyes
trying
and
to
the
come up
ears
here.
on the, whenever you send an email, if you can please copy the council on it, so that we're all on the same page and we all see how many recurring events.
I want
That
results.
way, when we have to hire these new companies or when we have to renew contracts, we are made aware of every
Okay.
single incident.
I spoke to JP. JP is a wonderful person. He suggested that maybe moving the guardhouse, that is not a solution. We already built the guardhouse once.
No, no,
We're not moving a guardhouse. You either close 82nd Avenue or you make a no left on 82nd Avenue.
The guards have a very simple job to do. It's not
Yeah,
rocket
it's,
science.
it doesn't take, it's not rocket scientist. I don't know what it is that you can pay a guard more in one guardhouse more than the other to do what? Operate it electronically? You can't. It's the same function over and over again.
No, I agree 100%. I remember originally the no left on 82nd.
And there was one on 79 too.
Right, but there was a lot of residents of Royal Oaks that
Yeah.
complained about that because they
Right.
were taking their children to Matter.
And
And
then
then when
wanting
they
to
were
come
coming
back.
back in the morning, they couldn't get into their house. And so I know that for the police, there was controversy with regards to some residents that couldn't get back into their
Yeah,
homes.
but we can't get out, and
I
we
know.
pay the taxes.
I know.
And
No, I
not only
agree.
that, all these homes on 79th Avenue, they can't use their driveways. Imagine in the morning you're trying to get to work,
And you can't get out.
and you can't get out.
It's-
We've made it late to doctor's appointments, to different medication that I have to have once a month shipped. I have to tell them, don't come in the afternoon. And it's refrigerated medication. It has to stop.
I have a,
As a citizen, we have rights, and as a resident.
I agree 100%. I just have a quick question to the staff. Why was the traffic pattern change years ago from Frontage Road for the parents drop off on Frontage, which is the original, right, the original plan, to 79th Avenue?
The capacity of that school changed over the years. It increased. So having it all come in from 77th Court
your fault.
became, yeah, but
Is it
it's
split
not
now?
all-
Is it split now between 79th and?
They don't use 77.
They don't
They have
use-
4 driveways, and I've driven the perimeter, and I'm sure all of you, 4 driveways, 2 of which are fenced, the lateral ones.
Okay.
The ones on the west and the east are smaller ones.
Sure.
They have 2 buses parked on the one faces 79th Avenue in front of the school, and their driveways are totally empty.
I know we've discussed that in the past. I think we need to demand more, be it, or ask why the school board or that specific school has issues. Is it manpower? Is it something to open up more entrances to see? Because again,
Already been
they can't have the brunt of all that traffic.
There's been a
Yeah.
discussion, I know, internally, and I believe school board member Alonso's still working on it. His chief of staff actually lives
But you know-
along there,
But we know the story with the school, and who crafted the school to be in
No,
that
I
location.
understand that, but obviously that happened already, right? So we're trying to figure out how to move from here.
Yeah,
And
but you have
school
to make
board-
a wrong a right.
And-
We're not
and-
gonna
and
suffer.
in that spirit, school board member Alonso, as I understand it, is working on an alternative to utilize, what is it, that field? To allow cars to queue there, but they're also having to comply with the state law as a result of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas that requires school hardening and reducing the access points available for people to get into the school. I believe that's the quirk that they're still trying to figure out, but that's been an issue. My office is right there on 7950 Northwest 155th Street. I deal with the traffic, especially during school days, getting to the office and leaving the office, around 3 o'clock, in the afternoon and all that. Totally understand what you're going through. And then they park
But
in our
we live
spaces
there.
too.
We live there.
Yeah, and they park on our spaces too for our clients, and and they idle there, and it's very frustrating. I completely understand, and I know he's working on something. I'll give him a call to see if they're any closer.
This is the
to-
problem.
Mhm.
Of all the schools in the area that we've scouted, that's the only one with a fenced-in double driveway. They have the solution. They can do multiple dismissals, have less cars go in. I spoke to the assistant principal because somebody recommended me go there. The principal won't even see us. We called the superintendent of schools. They won't even take our calls. I've met with Ruiz. I met with Gonzalez. They're at the school. They know who I am. This is not a problem. I've met with Peterman several times regarding the traffic on 79th Avenue. We had agreed that you were going to do curbing so that they don't park there. And the curbing didn't take effect this summer either.
The curbing, I told you, the curbing was gonna happen when
This
they do
summer.
the drainage project on 79th
That could
Avenue.
be 3 years from now.
No, that's not true. They're gonna do the drainage project, our public works director's not here, but it's already in design. In fact, it's probably gonna be in less than a year is gonna be when that drainage project is
Imagine
gonna
the
be done.
school
And the
traffic and the
restoration of that
drainage project.
project is gonna be where they're gonna put the curb on 79th Avenue.
Okay, now another thing. Now, the remodeling or restoration or whatever you want of a 5 by 10 estimated area of a guardhouse, how long is that going to take? Because they're going to start it now, and 2 weeks from now, school starts. So that's going to compound the traffic situation. They had all summer to do this. You're not living it because, you know, you're not going through this, and your houses are in a different area of Miami Lakes. But honestly, to live through this every single day is not easy. And they're just cutting our street off of traffic because I don't know what it is, where these drivers get their driver's license, but they don't understand that when you have to stop somewhere, you need to let the other person leave from the stop sign. You can't just block an intersection, and you can't use the streets as a parking lot, nor the guardhouse. I know that JP immediately had these signs, you know, put up, or he's going to have them put up about no parking on the guardhouses. Let's see how long that takes.
Do we have a timeline on the renovations?
They commenced today, and they took 2 weeks approximately to be completed. So we already finished the first set of guardhouses on 82nd Ave, and now we're doing the interior guardhouses.
Okay, so 2 weeks, fingers crossed, they'll be done before school starts.
Not barring any setbacks, environmental or otherwise.
You have exactly 2 weeks.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And I don't understand why they don't have power, because people have to use power tools. So why are we compromising our guard arms? Because we don't have any power. How can that be? Doesn't make any sense.
The one clarification is within 2 weeks, no matter what, electrical will be done. So the gates will be back active. If there's anything interior, the operations of the gatehouse will still continue, even if it goes beyond those 2 weeks. But within 2 weeks, the electrical should be completed. Gate arms will be back to functional.
Okay, but let me ask you something. The one on 162 has been going on for a couple of weeks now, right?
No. That's same thing as 79th. So those two.
167.
Correct. Those were started 2 weeks ago, or from last week started 2 weeks.
During those 2 weeks,
so they're redoing electrical?
Not one cone was placed where JP had told.
And that was part of his QAP on Friday that we went ahead and addressed.
Because those guards do what they want. They control and run the show at those guardhouses.
Right.
So it's the same guards.
So our conversation is going to be with SFM.
Please.
And perhaps the council can meet with SFM, and we can have a serious conversation, because clearly there's some miscommunications going on between what you're telling them
you're supposed
and
to be getting. It's not.
Also in the short term,
I'm listening to budgets and I'm wondering, well, where's our money going for? These people are on vacation, not on a job.
No, I agree 100%.
Yeah, also in the short term, the fact that and I know we've talked about this, being blocked from your neighborhood to get out of your neighborhood.
I'm sorry?
The fact that you're blocked for sometimes more than an hour.
An hour plus.
An hour plus is unacceptable. Could we perhaps speak to the commander about maybe a do not block detail there so we can start handing out tickets? Nothing?
The police needs to police from 154 to 167 on 79th Avenue, because we're not a private community. Those streets are public, and they're public from 154 to 167 through 79. If they police there, they'll get the cars moving out and let them go around and around until they realize they have to come at dismissal time and not 3 hours before and park and have a picnic there. It's not party time.
Okay.
And I don't want to have an altercation with somebody like that.
Of course, no, absolutely. We should be handling that for you. So I'll speak to the new commander and see what can we do about that, because being blocked out of your homes for more than an hour is unacceptable in any city or anywhere.
No,
so even 10 minutes.
It's not acceptable.
Yeah,
in the morning
absolutely.
or in the morning, it's not as bad, but it's not acceptable at any time. You can't live on this every day of your life in this rut. You know, I appreciate it. You know, we elect you for this reason, and we put our faith in it, and I hope I get results, because I've been at it for a long time. Okay? Thank you all.
We're on it. Thank you.
Councilmember. Councilmember Fernandez, just a reminder that we have also participants online.
Oh my God. I'll try to wait.
Madam Clerk, can you turn the clock back on? 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Oh, sure. If you didn't put 3 minutes on anybody else, and I sat here for 3 hours, you're not putting 3 minutes on me. I'm sorry. I object. And
Never mind.
I have it written down, and I'm going to make it as brief as I can. To expand on what Ms. Gutierrez just said, good evening all. Lydia Hernandez, 7941 Northwest 166th Street. What are the goals and purposes of a security guard gate and a special taxing district? Why did we put them up? And I was instrumental in helping. I didn't spearhead that particular project at the time. It was to deter crime and to deter traffic. At that time, before my children were born, people were cutting through I-75 to avoid that long line to get on the Palmetto, cutting through and going 1,000,000 miles an hour. My children could not play outside. I had to sit in on a chair and put cones up to get them to slow down. That's why we all voted for this. So what happened back then? We put up the security guards, we agreed to tax ourselves, our car would come, the gate would be down, the security guard would come out, stand behind the car, take the picture, come back around, press the button, let them through. Deterrence. That's what deterrence is all about, making you wait, making you think, am I going to go through here and have all this hassle?
Right.
Well, that's not what's happening now. And I call the SFM. I've been in communication with John, I think is his name, and with Mr. Gonzalez, who is in charge of the security guards. And he tells me, I do what the protocol that I'm given by the special taxing district and by the council. So everybody's saying, who's giving this protocol? And we're in the middle like a ping pong ball. What should happen now is what happened then. Now the guard gates barely get out of their little room. They don't open the door. They're going like this. I call him all the time. This is what happened. This is what happened. We can't do anything. That's why I'm here. We can't do anything. These people, this guard gate, is just a window dressing now. You get there, the guard gate is up. The security guard is waving me in. I have the video. I get to the guard gate. I go, is the guard arm broken? No, it's not broken, the gentleman tells me. And go, why are you waving me in? Oh, because we want you to come in. We were told that we needed to be kind to you and say hello to you. Go, no, that's not what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be serving as a deterrent. You're supposed to be stopping the people, the criminals here. The perception they have of you is you are the welcoming committee. We're not paying taxes for a welcoming committee. We want to pay taxes for security. I live alone for the most part now. My children are come and gone. On Saturday night, 1 o'clock in the morning, I get home on 167 Terrace. The gentleman does not bother to come out. He's sitting underneath the tent. It's dark. There's no lighting. The cone isn't there. And he's going like this to me, to come on in. And he did it to the 2 cars in front of me. I don't feel safe. I was very scared getting to my house. I go, I wonder if somebody's following me. Is there somebody hiding in the bushes? I mean, what is the point of the security guard? Why don't we put security back into our security guards? That's really what I wanted to say. Coming back to the issue of what can be done, I have addressed it with John Paul and with Jeremy, the concerns that we have, and they go and they talk to him, and then 5 minutes later, it's back to the same thing. He said he went to talk to him on Friday. Saturday night, the cone was not there. I said, you're supposed to put the cone out, take my license, and then go. He goes, you want me to get up? Oh, I'm too old for that. I cannot get up every time a car comes and take your picture and put the cone up and put the cone back, and I go, isn't that what you were trained to do? And they said, no. The gentleman that was waving me, and I go, do you realize that the reason why you're here is there's crime here, and we want you to stop the crime by stopping people? And he said to me, there's crime here? I go, why do you think we have a security gate? A very nice gentleman, older gentleman. He's the one waving me in. I'll be happy to share the video where he's waving me in. And that's not the perception we want to give people. We want to give the perception it's a security guard. We're checking your licenses. We don't want criminals here. We don't want the traffic. We don't want the people running through our streets. And we need to get that done. With respect to the traffic regarding the school, for years, trying to get them to see me in person, the principal refuses. The principal's secretary is a neighbor of mine across the street, a couple houses down, refuses. So now we're held hostage. We can't get in and we can't get out. Ms. Gutierrez can't get out at all. I can get out sometimes because the line doesn't go all the way sometimes back to 166th Street. So now we are the one paying the taxes, but we're accommodating everybody else. We're accommodating the people who came over the bridge that we didn't vote for because the town council didn't, you did. The town council didn't listen to us and voted to open the bridge. I remember you didn't. I don't remember who the rest of the people that approved it. Yeah. Okay? So now all of those people are coming out because now the schools don't have any boundaries. So everybody comes in. 82nd Avenue, no left is not being enforced. There's an illusion of a police department because there's empty police cars everywhere, but no actual police. If you ever see a police in Miami-Lakes, take a picture. It's not an everyday occurrence. Okay? Thank God we got rid of the other police chief, and maybe this one will do a better job. But we really need to have you know that we're not happy with the situation. Now, we're also not happy with the budget. Coming back to the budget, I know this is about the budget. We're not happy with the budget at all. And I agree with Ms. Santalices, who you read, who said there's too many frill-frills going on and not enough security. So that budget, paper holds all ink. That budget needs to be looked at. and audited, and maybe have independent auditors look and have those checkbooks and those checks looked at. And I thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
Homero. Marcus Gutierrez, 7757 Northwest 169 Terrace, and Homero Cruz. We're part of the committee, the NSD committee, and we successfully made both Royal Oaks East and West, one community.
Vice Chair and Chair.
Couple of facts that I'd like to point out. Number one, this does not happen in Metro-Dade, so bringing it closer to the town is effective because this will not happen in Metro-Dade County at all. Number one. Number two, what Tony said a little while ago, the mechanism that you have in place works. There's a lot of frustration because there are factual things that have happened, like overbuilding, schools, left turns, more people, bridges open. That's a fact. But I'm going to tell you another couple of facts. All our meetings are public record. We put in the work. Every one of you guys appoint a member to that NSD committee. Louis, I take offense to saying there's money, we got to use it up. I can't speak for the other association, but I take offense to that. Because you guys each appoint a member that you trust, that lives in the community, and that puts in the work, okay? And these people in Miami Lakes also put in the work. They come in, they answer our questions, they tell us what we have, what we don't have. Part of the frustration is the expectation, okay? Things are getting more expensive, they're not getting cheaper, okay? So a lot of things have to happen. Everybody wants the guard gates to work. They get run into. There's monies that have to be repaired. We've corrected that issue because we weren't recouping a lot of the damages that were happening. We haven't had a consistent process that we've established, thanks to Lorenzo and the letter you put together, to charge people. People will keep doing the same thing if we don't do something different. So now there's a process in place, but those overages get eaten up. It's not that, at least in our NSD, it's not that we're saying, hey, how do we spend the money so we don't get the money taken away? Those houses have been there 25, 30 years. I lived there 35 years. And there's maintenance that needs to take place. And you can't keep everybody happy, okay? Everybody here's got issues with SFM. I'm not a huge fan, but you're not going to get much better for $12, $13 an hour. Okay, the same people here that are complaining today about this, we send out a survey. Are you willing to pay more for better service? How has that survey come back? Okay, so we're more than willing to take a look at that. But the same people, if we say we're going to upgrade the service, the last thing we want to do is change security companies, pay more, and receive the same level of service. That would be a terrible mistake. You'd have a mutiny here, right? So are the same people that want better guards willing to increase the budget? That's what the system is in place for. You guys appoint people that put in the time, do the work, look at the facts, dive into the budget, and I know people are frustrated, but you can't make assertions when people are frustrated that at least our committee's not putting in the work and we're saying, let's spend the money because we got it left over. That's not the case, at least not in our committee. Okay?
Let me ask you something.
So I think you need to dig in a little deeper.
I got you.
To talking to the committee.
Because you referenced me personally, I wanted to tell you where that comment came from. You guys voted for LPRs.
Correct.
It was because you had a surplus in the budget. You had enough money accruing so you can spend on that.
No, we had an open meeting and we had.
But hold on a second, but how did you get that money? How did you get the money to pay for the LPRs? Because it accrued over time.
Right.
And you made a decision to spend
No,
that
you
money.
made a decision.
Hold on,
We made a
exactly. You
recommendation.
made a recommendation.
Right.
But it was based on the fact that your committee conferred and you had an accrual of money over time to improve the services into your community. So I don't want you to take offense to it. I just want to be crystal clear. That was never the intention of the accrual of money when I proposed it. My intention was when there was such an accrual of money that it actually be vetted by us, right? And maybe a reduction in the rate. You guys chose to go in a different direction and make that recommendation, and we agreed with you. So don't take offense to it. I voted for it.
Sure.
I'm giving you a plain example of something that you got offended by,
Right.
and I'm putting it back to you so you can see why that comment comes out. because as the money accrues, we will always come up with ideas, Marcos. We, as government, have to resist that temptation. That's my personal, because I will always give it to us three. We will get creative. We will find streets that need to be repaired, sidewalks that need to be improved, crosswalks, more police. We will always have infinite reasons because we're listening to you. That one thing that I agree with you with the comment that you made, Marcos, was this is a better process.
Correct.
We have been here for 5 hours and will continue to be here for another 5 hours because that's what we signed up for.
The original,
now, there's other people here that don't agree with you.
No, that's okay. But the original intent that you did 10% contingent reserve was so it wouldn't accumulate. That was your original intent, correct? You didn't want us to have more than 10%.
The intent was to not have a mentality of use it or lose it. And then there was a campaign made here. We have the money, let's go after LPRs. We have the money, let's go after LPRs. And enough people were convinced that that was the right to do, including me. And now we have to pay for it. So now your budget has gone from 706 to 834. You're taxing your people $134 a month. I'm hearing another side of people that are saying $134 more a year. Hearing another people say, get out of my pocket. That balancing act is what you're seeing play out in front of you right now.
Louis, so what's, you have an advisory board that gives advice and you guys decide. Okay,
I'm not blaming you.
And that advisory board.
I'm not blaming you. You took offense to a comment. I'm just giving it back to you on where my rationale was because you singled me out. So I just wanted to respond to that.
And going back to the LPRs, we actually had a public meeting with the entire community and the police commander here. And everybody got to speak. And everybody decided in an open forum. So, I mean, this system works. You know, when the worst thing you could do when you have a bureaucracy is add another bureaucracy. You have to sit back and say, okay, let's just look at from scratch. Because that's what government does. It fixes a problem by adding a bureaucracy on top of a bureaucracy on top of a bureaucracy without listening to the people that you put in place to give you advice, and then you make your decisions. You listen to the public, and the system works. But I guarantee you this works better than giving it to Metro-Dade County. Okay? So that's all I wanted to say.
Listen, I think the testament is that you have four now, but you have 5 individuals that have taken the time on a weeknight, right? Like you've always told me when we run into each other at racetrack, man, thank you for putting in the time because that's time that you can be with your family, with your sons playing. This is what we signed up for. And that's why I think what we're doing here is part of the process.
Right.
Are all of us here? Maybe not, but I'm pretty sure that this exercise at the end makes us a better community. So we appreciate the work that you guys have put in. We don't minimize it, Marcos. And I think that's what you took offense to. We're not minimizing the work. But what we're here to do is not just listen to how you guys opine, but also how other people opine. And then at the end of the day, that's what we deliberate, and that's what weighs on me. One of the things you've always told me, have your principles, right? And stick to them. Right. And don't deviate from them.
Yeah, and in an ideal world, a lot of the people that are very active, they should go to some of those open forum meetings that we have as a community so they could hear Melissa explain the budget and ask questions. I mean, we don't even shut down public comments. We let it go back and forth just like you have done here today. Yeah. But a lot...
We do limit it to 3 minutes.
We do limit it to 3 minutes. It just goes
We learned
haywire.
that tonight.
Every district has a different story, and their budget reflects that.
Right, and I was just going to say that. Your district doesn't have some of the things that other districts have.
So, but their district, both, if I may, both East and Section 1, so they're okay. The Royal Oaks Section 1, when it came over from the county, their assessment rate was $800.14. The following year, it was reduced to $706.89. The following year, $706.89 again. Last year, $706.89. This year, it was also adopted at $706.89. It has been lowered. It remains the same, but when we got it, it was lowered. Now, when you look at Royal Oaks East, when it came here, it was $977.73. We lowered it to...
When you guys gave back $250 on the East.
Correct. We gave everybody back $250. And how many
So,
years ago was that, Melissa?
That was 2018-19. So it was $977.73. The following year, 1920, it was reduced to $769.33. And then in 2021, the board, since they are both trying to deal with East and West, they thought that they could have the same assessment for both sides. What they didn't take into consideration is that one side has more units than the other. So one side is going to make more of revenue for the district than the other. So they lowered it to $706.89 like the other district. Then in 2021, $706.89 again. However, for this budget cycle that we're currently in, they had to increase it. Why did they have to increase it? They had to increase it because their security guard services went up. They got a new contract. So they had to increase their rate to $834. It's remained the same. It is budgeted again for the next coming year at $834. But like I said, every district has a different story. So their story is a little bit different because they were trying to make it equal to some degree for both districts. It can't work out that way because each district has a different number of units.
Of course.
And
No,
then
and I was going to bring up that looking at the budget, there aren't placeholders. There's only one placeholder that I see for like $5,000 for gate renovations. So I don't see the same things that I see in other districts. And when we started this process and when I started to talk about this originally, and I said that we had to have this conversation and we had to have this discussion, which sometimes is uncomfortable and sometimes is we don't understand each other, it's because we adopt these budgets sometimes without knowing all the backstory, without knowing every little detail, because unfortunately we cannot attend every single meeting. We'd be doing this every night of the month, right? So we try to keep up, but sometimes we don't get the full picture of the why speed bumps, why cameras, why I voted against the LPRs, because to me, that was not something that should have been added to any special taxing district, but that was just my personal opinion. It wasn't part of what should happen. The network should be part of the town assets and not, on the backs of individual homeowners. But there were some homeowners that were happy about it. I don't think that it deters crime. I think that it notifies you of crime, once they've already come through the other LPRs in the community. So it didn't make a lot of sense to me, but it was a fair thing. You recommended it to us and we approved it. Now there's $26,000 a year to maintain these contracts in both of the sections, right? So that's an increase that to me was unnecessary, but that's water under the bridge. Not all of the districts are created equal. And so to me, what was important was to open this up. Have any of us ever looked at these budgets this way before? I haven't. I don't know if you guys have, but I haven't.
If before you approve a budget, I think if the committee that's done the work for 12 months comes up and they answer your questions, I think that would be a great thing, right? And there's another...
Right, and what you present to us is what we take as your best recommendation.
Right.
But there are things in some of these budgets that shouldn't be here, even though it is your best recommendation. Now, I don't mean specifically your district, but in other, like for example, the Christmas lights.
Right.
That should have never been in here.
Right.
So those are things that I think that we need to be more vigilant. The reserves to me are super important, and the admin fees that we haven't even gotten to that yet.
8%.
But the admin fees are not equal across the board. Some of you are paying more than others.
Well, I didn't know that. I thought it was 8%.
None of us knew
all
that.
the way across.
No. Right. It's a percentage of your budget,
Correct.
not based on the actual cost, let's say. So we're going to try to find a better way to gauge what the actual costs are. But these are all things that because we've opened Pandora's box as a group and because we're doing this with the best faith possible, we're now going to work with you in a different way.
If I may address the administrative fee. So when we took this over from the county, the administrative fee was probably double than what we charge the districts. So when we took it over, we the young lady that started this whole process, she had put together a direct fee based on her salary because she was the one that was in charge of the district at that time. Okay, we have a direct and an indirect. The direct is the person that's actually responsible for the maintenance and the overseeing of the special taxing districts. Then we have an indirect. The indirect cost is, for example, our procurement office going out to procure
Right, the guard gate services or the...
It's all
our
of
finance department, processing invoices. So
the receptionist that answers the phone, everything.
Every other aspect aside from the specific individual that oversees the NSDs. Now, we calculate a overhead rate for the entire town, and we use that overhead rate for the entire town.
Explain how that calculation happens.
So
Is
that
the-
calculation is our actuals. I don't have actuals for 2023, so we use it for the year before.
Previous year.
Previous years. And it's actuals of our expenses versus our revenues. Now, my finance director isn't here to give the full explanation of that, but what I will say is that our current overhead rate is really 12%. And when we took on the districts, in order to not make it so burdensome for the districts themselves, at that time, we had an 8.5% indirect. And we've charged that 8.5 for the last years, when in reality, it should be a 12%. And not only that, our direct cost for our the manager of the districts, it's been at the same rate of what that person, when this first came on, was at.
Well,
So-
we eliminated it.
Well, so I'll get to
Yes.
that. So what we did now in fiscal year 23-24 is we eliminated the direct cost and did a indirect cost of just 10%, so that it wouldn't be, again, so burdensome on the district itself. Are you following me so far?
I follow you.
Okay.
Financially, I understand that. Financially, I understand that. When I put it into practice, it doesn't make any sense that Loch Lomond pays twice as much as everybody else just because their budget is higher.
Well, the quirky thing with Loch Lomond is their argument that by them going to a level 2 higher level security guard, that it didn't really change anything from the town's perspective. But we, you know,
It
So
doesn't.
it's so the percentage.
You're paying the same check, you're spending the same amount of time. Just because they are paying for a more expensive service doesn't mean that our admin fees went up.
So the overhead, the indirect is based on the percentage.
Well.
So,
Mhm,
sorry.
go ahead.
The indirect is based on an 8.5% from 2018-19, when every year our indirect, our percentage has gone up, our overhead rate has gone up. And we've maintained the 8.5 so that it wouldn't be burdensome on the district. We have maintained the direct cost at what it was for the employee in 2018-19 to not be burdensome on the district. So this year, trying to figure out how to not have a direct and an indirect cost, and then increase the percentage rate to more of what it should be, we decided to eliminate the direct cost and keep it at a percentage. Now.
And keep it at a 10.
At a 10. Now, when we met with Councilman Fernandez and we did the numbers, he could clearly see that they are really not being charged what they should be charged, based on even just the hours of service just for the manager of the district itself, based on his salary. So like, for example, Christina, who managed it before, was at a higher rate than the young lady of when we first took it on.
So, going forward and the whole administrative I mean, we spent hours going through it. So there are things, for example, insurance. It depends on revenue, right? A more expensive contract does cost more money, right? Indirect cost-wise. So there are certain things where indirect cost does make sense. There are certain things where it doesn't. Right. So what we need to get to is finding a formula that takes into account both, and make sure you're right.
Bless you.
And make sure that what we're spending, the direct cost that we're spending on that employee that deals primarily with the NSDs, gets passed through to the NSDs, right? When we looked at the map, I mean, it's not even close.
So that's the only thing that JP does is.
No.
It's 80% of what he does.
He does other things. He works, he's a parks operations guy, does stuff for parks.
Right.
He's our emergency manager. So he does multiple things.
But it's 80% of what he does.
That's why it's not as clean and saying, okay, this whole person, we're going to, charge him to the NSDs, because he does more than just the NSD.
The only way to
Louis,
keep
just
it
to
clean,
finish my comment.
yeah,
Sorry,
the only way to
go
keep it clean is if you have time slips like lawyers do. On every time they bill a case, that it's billed directly. That's the only way you're going to keep this 100% clean. Because
But
if
how do you
have-
budget for that?
You have to have a software like lawyers do. right? I worked 25,
Right,
15 minutes here.
Or have a staff member that is only for that. So
For
there's
the-
no question about anything else, that's all that that person does.
It's almost like your ride log to the 1 millionth power. That every time.
For billing purposes, I agree with you. That's the way you charge it to the NSDs. But months beforehand, we have to present to you a budget for you to approve for the year coming up.
You have
it's
to establish a
forecast.
trend. Melissa would need at least 3 years to establish a trend to actually get it right. I mean, because you're not going to go from one year to the next. You need the third to kind of balance out that skew, and then you can project out enough. But it's like the same way you guys first tried the NSD. You took a guess. I remember I was there with Alex Ray when this was being discussed, I think a little bit before you were on board. And it was a wild guess. It was like, let's shoot this number out. It's better than what the county's doing. Let's go with that. And that's kind of, but now we're kicking off the training wheels. You guys are demanding more accuracy. We're getting into, is there value? Is there return on investment on what we're spending? What I'm hearing is, let's be more.
Right, but we also have to see the vendors that we have, because I don't want JP calling SFM 20 times a month. If SFM doesn't do the job, then SFM has to go. Because at some point, then that's going to trickle into more hours from him, which means more salary, which means more money to the taxpayer, and SFM gets a free ride. That's not how it works. There needs to be accountability for the vendors that we have in place, because it's a trickle effect. We shouldn't have to call this guard 12 times in 1 month to tell him to put the gate arm down.
But that's not the case all the time, Marilyn, because, again, I'm not only the chair of the committee, but I'm also the HOA president in Royal Oaks. And I've been there 37 years, so I know the community very well. I talked to the guards, I talked to a lot of people, I've talked to Irene and Lydia, and thank you for coming to the meetings both, and keep doing it, because we don't get offended. We learn from all this, okay? These committees are needed because we do the time that you guys cannot put. Look at the time it is, and we still haven't even gone through half of the time. Mr. Garcia had a great point. Have the committee, perhaps chair and co-chair, come here and discuss before you guys, if you have any questions, if you need any approvals, just for the recommendation to be more clear, okay? Now, going back to Irene and the traffic and the school, we met, me as the president of Royal Oaks, with one of the directors early March. Tony was there, and Commander Ruiz was there. We still have another meeting pending, which is going to be now when school starts. It's not that simple going through the school system. There's a lot of issues with the design.
No, the school system is out of our control. We're just talking about the guard gate.
Yeah, but again, Bill and myself, having the background in architecture, we came up with some suggestions, and they're willing to listen to us. So that's not it's not a dead horse. And now that Alonso is part of the district, perhaps now with a little bit of teamwork, we can get something accomplished. And going back, it was better to have the school and not the apartments, if we go back 20-something years. Well, that was...
Right, but I'm not talking about the traffic. What I'm referring to is the work that is what we're paying for that needs to be delivered in the way that it is contractually obligated.
Can SFM do better? Yes, they can
Absolutely.
do it. Again, and we're sick and tired of letting them know, listen,
Correct.
you gotta take care of your guys, but now, to be on the other side as well, I've seen people coming that they don't stop. If the guard stays on the middle of the cone, they might run over him. So you can see both ends.
Well, I mean, he doesn't have to stand in front of the
same
cone.
way to everyone, so we gotta look at.
No, I understand, but I'm saying all of these things connect. So when we talk about doing better, we want to do better budget-wise. We want to do better in every avenue. One of the only thing that these gates do is hire a guard.
Yes.
So that has to be 100% done right. That's the one purpose of the LPRs are not the purpose. New roofs or new paint, none of that is the purpose. The only purpose is to have a guard there that is doing his job. So if that is not getting done properly, then
totally
we're
agree.
missing the mark.
But you see, right now, going through the remodeling of the guardhouses, I'm in the industry, I know how it works. We gotta work with the construction company as well, because this is not something that you do 1, 2, and 3 and it's up. And again, like JP said, it's not taking a great deterioration on the people coming in and going out. Referring back to Arlene, because she told us the same thing, that somebody had commanded to keep the gates open at all times on 168. We spoke with SFM, and they said, not nobody.
Maybe that's what the guard says, just to be comfortable, right? Somebody told me to do that, and it's not really
They can't do
true.
that. And SFM, they've been, the owner has been there, the director, who used to be the Hialeah chief, Bolaños, has been there as well in our committee. We hold them accountable before we signed this contract, and we gave them a raise due to inflation and all those things, because we had to, we had no choice. We looked at several other companies, and there were $5, $6, $7, $8 more, so we decided we
Per
can't
hour.
raise the budget. So we can, because then,
By the way, to commend Lewis, and this is why I just want to make sure you don't add a bureaucracy on top of a bureaucracy. Your original intent for the 10% reserve is so we wouldn't accumulate money, which was a good idea, right? You capped it at 10%, right? So it was actually smart to do. And then you want to step further. You propose, if you want to spend more than 15% of your operating budget, it goes to a straw ballot. So it forced the STDs to stay within budget, right? The problem is you have a perfect storm. You got a lot of inflation, things are deteriorating, and people want a reduction, right? It's very difficult.
It forced us to actually wait 3 years to be able to
To remodel, because we do not want a straw poll, because, right. So those were actually two good ideas. You gotta go back, why did I do that? You actually had a very good idea on both of those, correct? And then there's,
was in the spirit of that because I had seen it in
Right.
other places where the hoarding, so to speak,
To me, it's the same thing.
meant that
If you're
for the
carrying
people
over
most
reserves in
involved,
an account,
like you
your
want
profit
something
and loss account,
great for your community,
ever
but it
come in
may
over
not
your
always
assets
be
and
what
liabilities.
everybody else wants.
It's the
So
same thing for the
sometimes
money
when
you
we're
have
in
in
this
the optimist fund.
position,
At the end of
we
the
want
day,
to
that
bring
goes over to the
things
optimist
that
fund.
maybe aren't
Because
things
if
that
you
are
carry over, it's not enough
what
to
everybody
just
else wants. And
fill
that
out the
balancing
fund.
act is what I was referencing. And that was really what was driving there, to not hoard money, so to speak.
A reserve is a
And
reserve.
like you said, that was my intent.
right.
You do that shit in your insurance?
And factually, what
Your reserves?
a public comment said, I mean, it is an issue. We've got more traffic than the capacity. And left turns, there's more cars than that was designed for, the school. So as a council, I think we should put a little emphasis on law enforcement with a left turn and on the school board, because that'll solve some of the issues. And obviously holding SFM accountable. That's why we have an admin, and you guys do that. And they bring us those recommendations. It's not working.
I do have an issue with that sign. If we're not gonna enforce it, then let's take it out.
Out of all the things that I have heard from all of
if
the
it's there
special
for a reason.
taxing districts that have a community gate arm, it sounds like SFM is not doing either we're doing a poor job of holding them accountable, or there's a major disconnect in the communication with them. And I'm surprised because Christian Infante have been to the special
very
taxing district.
responsive.
They're very responsive. Bolaños is very responsive. And from the leadership team, we have always gotten, let's do whatever it takes. At least that's what I've heard.
I have
What
actually
it seems
visited
like,
SFM.
the guards, it doesn't trickle down to the guards.
And it goes back to and that's our fear as a committee, to recommend to make a change, just to make a change, pay $5 more, increase the budget, and get the same level of service. Very difficult. All right? Thanks, guys.
Thank you both.
Council.
Quickly.
Quick
Lydia-
question, because we
Lydia
have
left
Abel
us,
Fernandez.
We lost the
on Royal
bridges
Oaks. He
the
would like
moment that
to
we gave
chime in if you
Hialeah
allow
the
him.
land.
Keith is also.
Can we just have, okay.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I basically want to address just the cost issue with Loch Lomond. I think everything else has been dealt with. All right. I just want to address the cost issue and the 10%, both 10%. One, I think you're never going to achieve a matching of costs when you base it on a percentage of the expense. Loch Lomond has 2 guards. Most people have 1 guard. Loch Lomond pays at a higher rate than the others. So just having, which does not mean that Loch Lomond uses any more assets or time of the town. As a matter of fact, because Loch Lomond hands out those little decals themselves, we don't have the readers to get in. There's very little time that's coming from the town for the Loch Lomond maintenance, other than the oversight of the guards, and once every 4 years you renegotiate the contract. So, and to charge overhead, I understand if you hire a person, that person needs to be allocated out. But you know what? The person answers the phone here whether or not you have a neighborhood security district. You run the air conditioner here whether or not you have the security district. To say that we're going to allocate overhead is basically just a way of raising revenue. And I don't think that's right. It's just a backhanded way of getting taxes. The second point is, and I've mentioned this before, but hopefully this time it will stick, the same thing of the 10% for the contingency fee. Again, 95% of the cost of operating the district outside of the fees, town fee, is the contract. That contract is there day in and day out. It's not going to change. The only contingency comes in what I call the repair and maintenance. And when you look at the repair and maintenance in Loch Lomond, in the last 4 years, it has gone from $5,000 to a high of I think $35,000. Most years it's between $5,000 and $10,000. So when you have a contingency of $40,000 or $50,000, whatever it is, I've got the number, it is many times what gets expended. Now, there are going to be costs that are going to come down the road, but I don't think that the tax district is intended to work that way. But if it is, or if we could amend it, then you could do a sinking fund. And we know that in 2030 we're going to put on a new roof, and we're going to be putting away $1,000 a month until 2000, whatever it is, and that will take away a lot of the discussion every year as to what's going to be done. Obviously, there'll be some surprises, but I'm not sure. You'd have to take a look to see at the authorizing resolution to see if you're allowed to have a sinking fund. My guess is you're not, but that's what I would recommend. But ultimately, the biggest expense outside of the management contract for right now is what the town is mandating, the 10% contingency and the 10% expense. And I think that's really where we need to be focusing, and that's really up to you guys. I mean, you guys have the knowledge, and that's all I ask. Thank you.
Yeah, just to be clear, the 10% contingency, the town doesn't get.
No, but you're mandating.
No, yeah, but it's 100% stays within the district.
I understand that, but for years we ran without it.
It's a little bit confusing there that you say that two 10%. It's only one 10% that the administrative cost that comes to the town.
Correct, but until that resolution, there was no contingency required. So that increased our draw by...
Well, they always had a contingency. It was just the number was a fluctuating number, right. And Councilmember Collazo's item fixed it and said it.
I'll send you. I went back about 8 years, and I'll send it to you. And you'll see. And I spread out all the costs, so you can see how it works. But in any case, these are things the town can control, or can modify. And I just think it's worth the time because it's going to make a difference.
The town has... Yes, sir.
No, I see Melissa chomping at the bit to say something, and it's kind of it's creating anxiety in me. I can see that she wants to say something.
Because I don't want to be rude and interrupt, and I want to be respectful of people as they speak. So I'm trying to find my opportunity of when I
see you holding that mic ready. Let's go.
Jumping in. Now I forgot what I was going to share. No. So going back to the administrative rate, and then also to address, we have only had the NSDs has only been under the town for the last 4 years. So the prior years, that would have been under the county, which we were not responsible for.
I have those budgets, just for
so going back to the overhead rate. So in meeting with Councilman Fernandez and brainstorming and just discussing and trying to figure out what would be a great way to maybe make it fair, because it is very difficult to say, oh, well, let's charge this district this, but this district has two gate houses and that requires more attention, and then this district barely has any issues. So what we had kind of come up with in our discussion is taking the total amount of units for all the districts and doing a percentage from each unit. Now, some districts would be very happy with that. because it would be less for them, and other districts like Miami Lake Section 1, since they have the most number of units, it would probably be a little bit higher. And what we did was we took the salary of the manager of the NSDs, and we took 80% of his salary and used that number to then break out a percentage based on the total number of units. So Royal Oak Section 1 has 589 units. Royal Oaks East has 533 units, 0.5. Loch Lomond has 188. Miami Lake Section 1 has 841, for a total of 2,151 units. Taking that, we did a percentage, and Royal Oak Section 1 would be 27% of the salary. Royal Oaks East would be 25% of the salary. Loch Lomond would be 9% of the salary, and Miami Lake Section 1 would be 39% of the salary. And that was the only way that we figured maybe this could kind of make it kind of even, because it's a percentage based on the total number of units, so Loch Lomond has the least. So they don't have as many issues as, say, Miami Lake Section 1, because they have 3 different guard arms, or 4, I believe, guard arms to go into their community, and they have obviously more people. So that was kind of what we kind of discussed in our meeting, and seeing as a way to have a direct cost that might be a little bit more fair compared to how it's been in prior years.
Correct. And in speaking to Jeremy, who used to do what JP does 2 people ago, a big part of what that role does is handle the customer service to each district, right? It stands to reason the number of customers means more customer service, right? So the 2 things are correlated. And so that's when we got to that aha moment, then we went down that path. Anecdotally, just looking at the numbers at first blush, you can pretty much tell that Loch Lomond, the way that it was before, Loch Lomond is paying more than its fair share. Section 1 is paying less than its fair share, and the 2 Royal Oaks districts are kind of end up pretty much where they're at now.
Councilman Fernandez, or better maybe Jeremy, the amount of calls, they also correlate, the amount of customer service issues from what you just said correlate as well. It sounds like that's the path we should be going.
It's not, to me, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but to me, it was more guard gate related. So, for example, Miami Lake Section 1 only has 1 guard gate. They might have a lot more homes, but they only have 1 guard gate.
Right. So that was one of the original assessment, the original document that was used when they guessed how to do this
under Alex Ray
and come up with the funding formula the first year. Did it based on that. It was contemplating number of guard gates. What skews it in the case of Section 1 is, yes, there is 1 guard gate and 1 guard, but there are 4 lanes, 4 arms. Okay. There are 4 arms. Loch Lomond is 1 in, 1 out. Loch Lomond handles some of their access control stuff,
Absolutely.
which Section 1 does not. So taking all of those things into account, that's probably the fairest way of portioning it out. Huh? By units. By units. Correct. Correct. Mm-hmm.
Right, even though, for example, Royal Oaks has two guard houses with 2 guards. Right. So it's more, I guess, more staff to supervise?
Right, but in terms of, gate maintenance and mechanical issues, it's the same thing. It's the same number of actual, it's 4 arms.
Yeah,
I think
arms,
one of the
gate,
Royal Oaks has 5,
one
yeah,
house.
exactly. Yeah, they have 5. Correct. So
both Royal Oaks have 5.
Well, I like the idea, and I like the spirit of the item, because it's, again, we've been here. You would have never had this amount of dialogue with anything in the county. But I wanted to ask one question with
That's a good idea.
with regards to the licenses of the LPRs, one of the residents had mentioned that this is somehow being shared throughout the community. No, each one is $6,500, and it's a direct cost to the building, to the district. There's no additional cost to those licenses or to anything like that, right?
At this time, no. Once they exceed their warranty and they're outside of warranty, that will take effect, but they're leased. So at this point, we're not seeing any of those costs. It's just the subscription base. So $13,000 per district for Royal Oaks.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Also, keeping in mind that this, that we came up with was for a direct cost. This is not taking into account an indirect cost and addressing that issue.
Because you guys already experimented with it and we were not, you know, this is the meeting where we discussed that. Can you tell me how that would alter the current budget?
So, for example, right now, it would make a difference for Miami Lakes Section 1, if we were to do just the direct costs, not even taking into account the indirect costs, what we have budgeted for them, right now, the overhead at the 10% would be, without a direct, is $24,417. If we did the direct, based on the units, it would be $31,601.
So for Section 1, it's going down?
It's going up.
Oh, it's going up.
It's going up.
For Section 1, it goes
It's
up.
going up by how much? Like to the tune of speed bumps and,
Yeah, like $10,000.
just saying.
Well,
And Christmas lights? Like to the tune of Christmas lights and speed bumps?
They do have that 11,000 that.
Right, that's what I'm trying to do. If there's somehow we could make it more fair and at the same time keep it level, I think that's.
She's only talking about direct costs.
I understand,
So they're gonna
but I'm
tack
talking
on
in the spirit of just trying to get us somewhere.
Right.
Where we all feel comfortable, because I think Mr. Halpern brings forward a great point. You know, if now that it's on us, we got to do something about it. It's not fair to have one community paying almost double, you know, administrative costs for the same level of service. It's not right. The fairness factor is not there, right?
So, for example, Loch Lomond, what we had for them was 43, and they would go down to 7.
From 43, it goes down to 7.
Going based on the number of units per district.
What was that? I missed. Would you be able to come and speak to the mic?
Sorry.
So what would the indirect costs look like on top of that?
If we were to do the direct and the indirect, that's why this year we took the direct out, so that it wouldn't be so burdensome on the community, on the districts, trying to not impose more expenses to them.
Right, but we have to, I mean, we're avoiding a long-term issue. We have to eventually wean them onto a fair portion of what it is that they consume that's sustainable, right? We don't, the same way that it's not fair for one NSD to subsidize another, it's definitely not fair for the people in the town that don't live in an NSD to subsidize an NSD.
So, what is the theory behind charging indirect costs? As I wrote to most of you, the special service districts reduce the amount of policemen this town needs considerably, about 20%. I assume it does. You have 20% of the homes or 30% of the homes are behind security gates, which improves the security of the town. So there's something that the town is paying, that these taxpayers are paying. So I just don't understand why the town should be charging overhead back for running the service districts. I understand, you know, the same idea of breaking even, and Mr. Peterman said, like you did with the when you did the charges for building permits, how much it costs to do a building permit. In that instance, you didn't add overhead, did you? Or maybe you did.
I don't know when they developed the building department fees. I don't know if they did or not.
But if they didn't, I would say it should be the same, and I'm assuming, my guess is that you wouldn't have, because it would have made it really much more expensive. I mean, this is part of the town.
But the police, and just to clarify, so our police department does patrol inside of all of the special taxing districts, because those are all public roads.
Of
We
course
cannot keep somebody from going in.
No, of course it does, but I'm saying we need fewer policemen, I'm assuming, because you have all these security districts. If Miami Lakes did not have these gates, there would probably be another policeman or two on the payroll. I'm assuming. I can't tell you that for sure. You can tell me.
I don't believe so. I believe that we have what we have, and even many of the private communities, we have arrangements with them for our officers to go in there and patrol. So we patrol probably 99% of the town, probably maybe even 100% of the town, whether it's inside a gated community or not.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't think that we would need more officers if we didn't have the...
All right. But I still come back to, I'm not quite sure as to why you would be charging back the overhead in this situation as opposed to just charging the direct expenses.
So the NSDs use resources so that NSD manager has a function, right? But the NSDs also use pretty much every single town department, service, function that we use that wouldn't otherwise have to perform those duties if the NSDs didn't exist.
But those people would be here anyway, not hiring someone new.
No, but it's not about that. It's one time. I mean, look, we've been here, right? There's a cost associated to having this meeting today. There's a cost associated in having yes,
and the cost of time.
Right. So
every minute that they spend on an NSD is a minute they can't spend on other town business.
Exactly.
Like I said, this is an exceptional minute, and the town came to the communities and said, "Hey, bring us your NSDs."
No, of course. So, correct.
We came and said, "Hey, Miami Lakes, take this over."
Agreed, but we also have to understand that the county wasn't doing it for free either, right? They were also charging for overhead.
More.
Conversation with Manny Sid was, Keith, if we're doing it and not the county, you can talk to us, and we can have the very discussion I'm having now is, why would you be charging us overhead on top of the direct fees?
So,
I still don't, unless you're charging that to every city function.
Oh, they do.
Yeah.
They do.
A lot of things are charged the overhead rate. Yeah. Melissa, do you know what are the things that get charged the overhead rate in other city operations that are not the NSDs?
The building department.
Yes, the building department, facilities maintenance, police, our transit and transportation. They have an overrate. They have a different overhead rate, but they do have an overhead rate.
What's it all add up to? What's the total?
What?
When you combine it all. Hope it's not 110%.
Madam Clerk, do we still have Abel Fernandez on the line?
Yes, we do.
Can we give him an opportunity to speak, please?
Yes, Mr. Fernandez, if you're still with us, can you please unmute yourself? I know you have been patiently waiting to have your public comments. He was there 2 minutes ago.
In the meantime, Melissa, what was 80% of JP's salary, or I guess compensation?
And that 80% may be high.
Keep in mind that this includes his benefits, not
Correct.
just his salary, workers' compensation, FRS,
Correct.
Payroll taxes. It's not just his salary.
Excuse me, can I make a comment real quick? I just don't want to leave without saying it. I don't know if you guys been over the bridge over to Hialeah, through where Barbara Goldman is. There's this storage place. I don't know if you guys maybe have passed by it. Instead of pushing for having security at the doors, why don't they think outside of the box and just put a gate with a code and then put security to go around the community in a car? Like, these communities have to think outside of the box. What's the point of having somebody at the door taking a picture of a license plate?
The problem is that because they're public roads, they're not allowed to close it off.
Right,
to
so
just
then
put
what's
a
the
code.
point of having a security at the door? If right now I want to go in a car and go into into that community, I don't live there. If I'm in my car and I want to go in and I say, can I go in? Can they deny me the right
You don't have
to?
to ask. You are allowed to go in there.
So then what's the point of having them there?
Because they're gonna.
We know you were there.
Take
Right.
a picture
It's-
of your license plate.
It's a deterrent. So when you're a
Yeah.
bad guy and you want to go, steal
Right.
something, you steal something down the road where they don't have
Because
somebody
they're
that logs your
gonna
license.
take your tag, and the camera's gonna see you come in, so it serves as a deterrent, but unfortunately, the roads are public.
And you guys, but what I'm saying is, who controls this? The council or the associations?
Well, we control the budget for the
The budget.
service.
Okay, but they make the decisions on who's at the door.
They make.
Right. Okay, so then you guys are in charge. My thing is, it's a public road, right? So what's the point? You guys can put there are so many other things
No,
you guys can do
the-
than pay a company
Right, the
to
residents.
take a picture.
Ultimately, there are some residents that have made that same comment.
Because that's all you're doing. You're
Right.
paying a company to stand at the door, because do they even carry a gun?
But most of the residents.
So then what's the point?
Because most of the residents want that guard. They voted for that years ago, and they want to keep it. The residents understand that there's other methods that can be used, but they prefer to have the gate with a human being that's there.
So when a council member says, let's keep the millage where it is, and then the same citizen says, oh no, but we don't want to cut back on this expense. So everybody wants to be a fiscal conservative until it comes time to cut back on the millage, which I had to mention because there are so many other things you guys can do to lower the millage on this specific thing, because they don't do anything.
Right, well,
They
the actual homeowner pays directly for this cost. The rest of Miami Lakes doesn't pay. This is a direct cost only to those specific homeowners.
Aside from the millage. Yeah.
Right,
So
it's a special tax
right.
district or whatever, but what I'm saying is, what is the point of having someone there?
Right. They voted years
Oh.
ago to create
So then
these.
they can't be whining about a millage then?
Well, this is not part of the millage. This is in addition to the millage.
Correct, so
Yeah.
if they're whining about that now,
Right, they
then
would have to vote if they ever wanted to remove these, they would have to vote to have them removed.
Right, so-
They have that option.
So
If they ever wanted to
then
get
that's an
together and vote.
option, do it. There's no point of having somebody at the door. When
Councilmember
there's so
Fernandez,
many things you can do to
we do
protect
have
yourself.
we have Mr. Fernandez.
I'm sorry, but it just doesn't sound, it doesn't make sense to me. I just have to say, because I'm sitting there, and one, it's a public road, so you're just putting somebody there to see who goes in and who goes. It's a law at the state level that you can carry without a permit. If somebody comes into your property, shoot. Like, there's so many other things you can do than what is being done right now, because this conversation, hello, time is money. We've been here for 5 hours now, probably 6 hours, for no reason, when this can be fixed so quickly. Just put it on the ballot. Just put it on the ballot.
Yeah, maybe one day they will.
Well, 2024 is near.
Councilmember
Can we
Fernandez,
get
yes.
Mr. Abel Fernandez
Mr.
on,
Fernandez,
please?
just unmute yourself.
I-
and
I
good evening.
I
Sorry to
apologize, Mr.
hold you guys
Fernandez. I
even
know you've
later.
been waiting.
Thank you for putting in the incredible hours that you were playing. I'm going to speak on Royal Oak Section 1, 1702. There's a few items. I don't have permission to share the screen, so if you can refer to your budget on that, I'll go straight down on a few items and then I'll let you go. One was under the first paragraph, it says property damage settlement, and it's 000. I heard the remark that we collect, correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard a remark that said that we're collecting for damages to the guard gate arms, and I don't see anything in the past year or anything projected for the new year. And correct me if I'm wrong on that.
You are, which one are we? Are we
Section
Royal
1,
oh,
Royal Oak, Section 1.
Royal Oak.
Right, I live in Section 1, so that's the only one I'm speaking about. But,
So in 2022, there was $239. And
okay, I can't see that on this budget sheet, so I can only go by the public record requests that I made of this budget. And if I start, it says special assessment at 100, then it goes 5% adjustment, STD transponders, COVID-19 CARES Act, interest income, county state interest, property damage settlement. And I see the 21-22, but in 22-23, nothing. And I know for a fact that there were several damaged arms, actually more than several, but many damaged arms. But more importantly is for the proposed budget, I see zero. And collecting on that would reduce then the line item that is for repairs to the gate arm, which is going down to gate equipment and repairs. And I see we budgeted 8,000, we project 9,246. So that means we have quite a bit of damage. So some is just regular repairs. I don't know how much is under the maintenance contract. It doesn't segregate that, but we're budgeting $9,000 a year for gate arm replacements and repairs. Maybe breaking down repairs separate from damage, routine repairs from damages, maybe something more appropriate for you all as a governing body to see. But back to property damage settlement, I don't see any collection. I'll leave it at that because there's no reason for you to answer. You can look at that later. The other part that I saw was repairs and maintenance, and you're budgeting 6,000. Year-end projection is 4,025. So it's an increase of 2,000 on that. What caught my eye was, and I understand what government is like, as I said earlier, annual pressure cleaning of 2 guard gates, $1,000. So that's $500 a guard gate. I just had to pressure clean my house after the complete 3rd time remilling of the street on 164th. And I had to pressure clean my roof and my walls due to the asphalt dust. And I paid $290 for a 2-story, 4,300 square foot home. So I'm trying to figure out how this 5 by 10 shack is $1,000. I'll leave it at that. Grounds maintenance, 2,000. There's about 4 bushes in the front of each guard gate. If you like, I'll donate the bushes and I'll pay for them if we can save ourselves the $2,000, because actually they're weeds and I don't think weeds need maintenance. So I will raise my hand to donate the money for the trees. Let me know. I'll go to Exclusive Nursery and go put them in for you. There's the gate arm report. Now let's talk about computer software licenses, and it says $13,000 for annual LPR software. And let me go down to on LPR's resolution 20-1654. At what time were we as a community allowed to do a straw ballot vote to decide if we wanted LPRs? So I did a little bit of research with other communities, other governmental agencies, and the cost is anywhere between $1,300 to $2,500 a year per location. So I've got 2 locations. That would be $5,000 at the worst case, or $2,600 at the best case. But they're charging us $13,000 for these licenses. I don't know if that's just a number that's put in there or if it's a real cost, but that's something I wish the council could look at. Again, any request that says for capital improvements that exceed 15% of the annual budget shall require a straw ballot. Well, that didn't occur with the LPRs. Contingency reserve, I see that we had before a carry balance forward of $106,060, and we're ending up for $45,277 this year. I don't know where the $60,000 plus went. I can't figure that out. And then the last thing, and I'll let you go because it's a long night, but you have some things to think about. It says interest income, and year-end projection with 406, and this year's proposed budget is 0. So 45,000 projected carryover at a simple money market account that is not restricted. It's about 4.12% right now. So that's like a little bit over $1,600 a year in interest, and it's projected 0. Thank you for your time. I hope that you seriously look at these issues, and I agree with what everyone else said about the guards. They're not doing their job. I am refreshed to see John. John has been very receptive, and I want to do a shout out to John. He's doing an excellent job. Finally, I'm going to explain to you why you cannot do a left turn on this, what everybody's talking about on 82nd Avenue. The reason for it, if you stack the cars going southbound to make a left turn into 167, you prevent people leaving 168 from turning northbound safely because they cannot see northbound traffic due to the cars blocking their view in a line of sight. And that was one of the reasons why there was no left turn there, because it was a safety issue for us to leave that 168th guard gate. The sign's there. It's a county sign. It's not a town sign. We're supposed to enforce all applicable laws, but our police department's not going to do it if they get pushback from the council. And that's what I understand is happening, because some folks call the council members upset that they can't make a left turn. So there you go. Thank you for your time. Sorry I had to go off a little bit and I'm back, but I appreciate you taking my message.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you.
You're welcome. See you guys.
I know that there's one more person from the public that wanted to come up after Ms. Reynolds finishes. I did have a question regarding the lake. There was a representative from the Lake District.
God, yes, he left.
I know, but I know he was very close with Jeremy. Maybe JP, if you guys can give us some insight to want to make sure that just because he left, we're not going to ignore. And if it's only good news, I think we got to at least honor him because he was here for a significant part of the meeting.
We could use some good news.
I can give him a call and see if he maybe want to log on virtual before I go ahead and speak for him. I don't know if you guys want me to do that.
Sure.
All right, I'll give him a call real quick.
So thank you very much for a very long night, but all of a sudden I realized that a long time ago, Manny did something, and it finally makes a lot of sense. If all of the problems that we're having is that the gate arms are constantly being hit, and if that is a problem, if they're really going to install the LPR cameras within the next 2 months, remove all of the guard arms. The cameras are there. Everyone will know exactly who's going in and going out. They are public roads and nobody can stop. And we will no longer need speed bumps, gate arms, and the cost will be minimal. We would not need staff so much. Maybe you can charge us a lot less. Good night. Thank you very much.
Good night, Hope. Melissa, did you have that number for the compensation? The number for the...
It's about 80.
About 80. The total amount that was being, the 10% for all of the NSDs is 148.9, so almost 150. So perhaps we can work with that number. Oh, I had to do the math. I took the admin fees from every NSD.
148,784.
Right. So if we can work, maybe we can work with that number to add on the admin fees as a...
So you're saying to keep that indirect and then adding on...
Perhaps keep that for direct plus indirect, and then making it per unit using that number, because the 80 is going to be just direct. So how would we add on the 10%?
It'd be roughly 5%.
If we do the indirect, you're saying to do it at 5%?
Yeah.
Okay, let me do something.
And then, before we forget, we were supposed to review the ordinances and see. and see what we were allowed to do and not allowed to do.
Oh no, but we've lost legal,
Lorenzo.
and
We
we
lost
can't
legal.
review the ordinances without legal. Not legal wasn't as committed as budget and parks. So
Did we lose him? Like,
yeah.
Luckily, I'm here because I had to pick someone up from the airport, but their flight was delayed.
we did that. We delayed the flight. So did anybody have an opportunity to review the ordinances and see the language, the specifics of what, I'm sorry, you're
No,
you're
it's
delivering
okay.
on the lakes?
No, yeah, I was going to deliver
Yes,
on the
go
lakes.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, it's real quick. Unfortunately, the chair is tied up right now. He's actually in bed with his daughter who's recovering from being sick. So his things were the opposite. They were a little positive. Essentially, the lakes have been straightforward. Their budget is very, very thin and very tight. The one thing they have done over the years is actually increased operations. They've gone from a 12-month cycle of maintenance to the lake to an 18-month cycle, trying to take care of the summer months in advance to defer algae. They've moved to a 24-month cycle since then, and now we have seen probably one of the best summers in a while in the two lakes. The individual also mentioned now that he wanted to give kudos, but I'm not going to give kudos to ourselves, but he definitely said that he felt very aware of the budget. Come budget cycle, we spent our time diligently, but essentially their operation is much more nimble. The operations is planned. It is bi-monthly, so they'll get service twice. The only other thing outside of that is the fish stocking that happens once a year, where we go ahead and replenish different types of fish into the lakes. And other than that, it's a pretty tight budget that just maintains its normal contingencies and operates. The only thing they have done is, and I don't want to miss this, is they've looked at the long-term plan of saving towards an aerator. They've looked at the cost for an aerator system, and right now it's not something they're looking to pursue.
Jeremy, quick question. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have the temperature rise in this last, I would say, 3 weeks? Still, there's the algae?
I have not received any new reports. JP stepped out, but I have not received any new reports. I have not been informed. Like Councilman Costa said, I do keep a good communication with all the Lake District members, including the chair, and I have not heard of any algae blooms. I have heard of other private lakes that are having issues, but I have not heard of anything within our two lakes.
Hey, I have, just out of curiosity, because I have you up here, do you stock shrimp or crawfish into these lakes?
No.
Because we went in the pool on Sunday and we had 2 crawfish.
Freshwater.
Yeah. That came from the lake.
They live.
Yeah.
They live in the lake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when I fished in these lakes, there was crawfish in them for many, many years. I haven't seen them, but then again, I haven't seen many rocks, and they usually go under rocks. So if you have rocks, these guys kind of hide under there. And I used to tip
bait.
over rocks, and they're great bait.
Good bait.
They're great bait. How would these again be impacted by the new formula for the?
I don't believe they've been in. That last 20 minutes of the meeting, I had to step out, so there's other information that I'm also not privy of.
And historically, my understanding is they have never moved their budget has stayed flat.
No, their assessment rates have stayed the same. Both lakes. Since the county, we
through inflation, through increased service, through everything, they've stayed flat.
Yeah, they did have some savings that they wanted to do aeration, and then ended up just long-term looking at enhancing their operations to kind of go ahead and mitigate all that algae blooms that we were dealing with back in 1920 and 2021.
I remember that they were going to go down, and I was there at that meeting when they chose to do the fish stocking instead and the extra service.
Correct.
So I know that that's kind of what they've been about. They're pretty straightforward. The lakes have not had any further issues, at least from the reports that have come back to us, to answer your question.
Yeah.
And I'm not aware of what private communities are having problems with their lakes now.
I got a call from Lake Mary actually today, and they were asking about who maintains it, who's the HOA. There's one other lake, I can't remember right now. Lake Martha installed the aerators, and we're kind of keeping an eye on them as how good is it, how effective has it been, because their lake is kind of similar to the size of our lakes. But no, there's another lake that I was mentioning issues with algae.
They're actually
Oh, Loch Ness, I'm sorry. Loch Ness, which is the canal technically, and Loch Dune has had some pretty severe algae blooms.
Yeah, our Lake Elizabeth is going through a really, really substantial bloom
You
right
guys
now.
have aerators?
No, we're working towards it.
Tell you what, a good gauge is Lake Catherine. Lake Catherine, man, it looks like you're in the Caribbean.
Yeah, we spoke with them when we started seeing some of these issues within our lake districts.
Talk to Eric.
Yeah, and their plan is a white glove service, more frequent services, and that's kind of what we use as our gauge, and we went towards it. Now they go a little heavier on the amount of dye, and that's what's going to help you keep some of those temperatures, and that's what's going to help you regulate a lot of the issues. We went closer to it, but didn't want the board and the community didn't want to get to that level of color distortion.
All right, but I'll tell you what, aeration, I mean, is the key, right? Oxygenate that, and it's the key to that. No stagnant water. That's
what 2 different vendors have also discussed, and that's why, like I said, we keep a close ear with the other lakes that are even private, like Lake Martha just installed an aerator, and we're trying to see their prior conditions and their after conditions, and all their monthly reports. I talk to Larry Borman every so often. Hopefully they're not taking them from other lakes, and that's never done.
Yeah. I've seen, and I'll send you the information, portable kind of aerators that have a kind of like a solar panel, and it pumps it up, and they're like multiple ones, but you don't have to connect it to the grid or anything like that, electricity-wise. So.
Melissa's chomping at the bit again.
Sorry, Mel.
So I did a rough, it's rough, from the 10 to the 5, and so for right now what's proposed is just a 10 with no direct, and it's 148,784. If it's then the direct with a 5%, it would be 159,906.
So 4.5%.
Well, I can't do that one rough right now.
In the meantime, has
It was
anybody
easy. I
read
just
the
had to divide
ordinances?
the 2 by the 10, so. The 5 was easy to do rough, not the 4.5.
Okay. So I know that you don't have them with, Tony has all of them, and I believe Josh also had all of them. We have them in the email. The only one that I have is the one for Miami Lakes, Section 1, and it says that the proposed special taxing district will consist of the following: a visible safety and centennial security program, initially to consist of 1 unarmed uniformed guard per shift operating from the guardhouse. That is, it says service will be provided 24 hours per day, 365 days a year. So that is what the special taxing district is supposed to be. It does say initially, so I guess at some point, if this went up to a vote again, things could be added on. That's what this one reads. I haven't read the rest of them. I assume that they have similar language. They were all created by the county, so I would assume that they have similar language, but I'm only reading this one. I would have liked to have asked Lorenzo before he left what.
Right. The other big question that I have, and I'll circle back with Lorenzo, but I did hear from several speakers something to the effect of when they had the initial vote, they went through the process of certifying that they, that it was 1 vote per property, and this whole other process.
It's in the ordinance. I read it. Apparently, when they did this back in the day, it was 1 vote per property owner. So.
Right, but then in the memorandum that's attached in the front, where it says required referendum, it says every qualified registered voter residing within the district limit will be afforded the opportunity to vote at an election conducted by mail. Estimate. So it's conflicting. So I don't know.
Right, it's conflicting because it actually refers to the number of homesteaded parcels.
Yeah, it's very confusing, and I couldn't tell what was heads and what was tails. So absent the reds, I'll circle back with him and get an answer there, because I think if that ever, if we're ever in a position where this needs to get substantially modified, then we need to know.
Right. As part of the memorandum, it also says, special taxing district for the purpose of providing security guard services, to be financed solely by the means of special assessments levied and collected within the area therein and described hereafter, which is the.
Did I hear, I'm sorry to interrupt, did I hear that we're not getting the 24/7 service that, or was that prior? But it established 24/7, yeah.
Yes, it does say.
And what I thought I heard that some of these guards are not providing, so the HSM is not providing the 24/7 sometimes.
I think they were complaining about maybe guards not showing up for a shift, or maybe taking long bathroom breaks, or.
Okay.
That.
If one of them doesn't show up, they get a replacement.
Okay,
I mean,
yeah.
yeah.
Right.
So, but they, you know, they do get to raise the gate arm when they have to go to the restroom or things like that. But it's a depend, you know, how long is that? Is it, you know?
Right.
40?
So we've never looked into any of those orders, post orders. I know, for example, in my community, if the guard is in the restroom, the arm is down until he comes out of the restroom. So if you have to wait there for 5 minutes, then you have to wait there for 5 minutes. But it's different because it's a private community,
Right.
and these are public roads. So I don't know how we can modify some of these post orders to perhaps not allow a guard to be in the restroom for half an hour. I don't know. Well, I mean, it's things that we can try to work with, and perhaps meeting with SFM would be a good idea to see if we could.
But I want to be clear. Obviously, we cannot have a staff member at every guardhouse 24/7, making sure that every single minute of every single day, the guard's doing what they're supposed to do. So we rely on spot checks, we rely on the supervision levels of the company, we rely on customer complaints or resident complaints, and we investigate each and every one of those, and we monitor them. So it's not like they just fall on deaf ears and we blow them off. We definitely go, we address them with the supervisors, we address them with the, you know, administration of the company. They are assessed. And if there's, like Jeremy said, if there's a recurrence, those guards are asked we ask them to relocate those guards somewhere else. Yeah.
Mr.
So
Mayor.
those things, there are quality controls.
Quick question, does SFM have, do they have like a control center with cameras in their facilities where they can see
Yes.
their guards?
So they have IP cameras where they can check into the guardhouses, and there's also a 24-hour monitoring site for them. So if there's ever an issue, they can contact there's a 24-hour hotline on the guardhouses, which they can contact at any time.
Can they provide a link to you so you can periodically do spot checks to see?
Correct. So when we get a case, let's say we have to go ahead and review a case of a guard not being there, a case of a guard asleep, we can request them to review the video and come back to us. And in the case where one has been found asleep and it was not the first offense, it was asked to be removed. Removal also doesn't mean fire. Removal means they're not allowed to work at a Town of Miami Lakes site.
Right.
And then to the other effect, and something I wanted to bring up earlier was, it's not just an SFM. Actually, the only provider to be removed and contemplated to be removed so far has been a different provider. The only other while yes, there are issues, and it goes back to even some of the individuals that were not completely happy stated that the communication with SFM has been phenomenal. You can reach the vice president of security operations directly. You can reach the on-site supervisor at all times as well.
I'm encouraged that they're providing that information, but I'd like to see if perhaps we can be a little more proactive. And I'm not saying spend your day on the monitor, but you know, once a week, randomly, look at the link for 5-10 minutes. Look at the sites. Maybe we can catch things before the residents come to us with the issue. Be a little more proactive on that end.
And that's part of our quality assurance plan, and that's what actually JP caught on Friday. Some of these post orders that were not being upheld is what he went ahead and tackled directly. He had an immediate email directly to management side, didn't get to the president, but immediately they responded back. Here are our next approaches. We will be retraining and checking on any new guards to make sure that they know the standard protocols. We went ahead and amended the post orders to make sure that it is blatantly clear all cars must be stopped, all cars must be taken a photo of and or documented.
Thank you for being proactive. Appreciate it, JP.
I did the 4.5, again, rough, because I'm here, and it ends up being 149. So
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Okay, so then it would be roughly $80,000 direct and 4.5% indirect, if we wanted to keep the same budgeted figures that are there now.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anything that we can identify in these budgets before we go that is outside the scope of the ordinance?
Yep. Well, not outside the scope of the ordinance, but definitely along the lines of what we were discussing for section 1 of the extra line item for the I'm going to call them ghost reserves, right? Extra.
Placeholders.
Yes, placeholders is much better. So if we go through it, Royal Oaks, I think, was the only one that didn't have one.
Miami Lake Section 1 is 11,282?
Correct.
This is a vision test.
So that, in
So that-
my opinion, should go away.
I'm sorry, what line item?
There's a line item. Exactly.
It says 4 guardhouse renovations.
Right.
Capital.
I see it.
Right, and
outlay.
according to my conversation with Jeremy, it's not earmarked toward a specific project or a specific renovation. It's just a placeholder for a future renovation. I think that instead of going to there, should go to decreasing the fee for this year. What else? Let me see.
Mr. Fernandez brought up, and you would know more, sir, about licensing software. Are we overpaying for that?
Yeah, no, so the licensing software, and this is my assumption based on whomever it was that he probably spoke to.
Okay.
The normal run-of-the-mill licensing software that a private institution would use is license plate recognition software that catalogs the video and allows you to have a searchable database of license plates. The platform that we're on is the same platform that our police officers use, that then, it's very expensive Motorola stuff.
But it's the best for the money.
Well, it's not so much that it's the best for the money, but it's linked to our police officers' vehicles.
And that's
exactly.
That's why they can react so quickly.
Exactly.
And, yeah.
It's registered with the FDLE and the Learn operating system that the PD uses.
And that also
to the Miami-Dade Police Real-Time Crime Center, in addition to the officers that are in the area.
the RTCC.
Yeah.
So if there's a high priority hit, it's a more proactive.
So kind of what you get, what you pay for when it comes to that, especially with our partners.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. A traditional offline LPR is more of an after-the-fact investigative tool. This is more real-time.
Thank you.
And those are publicly bid contracts, just for the record. We piggybacked a national contract, so even a bigger buying power in order to attain those values.
Yes, Loch Lomond has a large number. The other one, Royal Oaks East, I believe, has a small number, 5,000 and change. Correct. So all of those placeholders can be used to reduce. The assessment. I think those are the only 3 that had. The lakes? Oh, no, is it?
Jeremy, refresh my memory. Did the lakes also have a little bit?
Have an infrastructure. There is in their operations 9. I don't remember the number. Where's it at? There is 484 in additional services that is unmarked.
484.
484.
400?
$484. $500 is reasonable. I don't.
Nominal, yeah.
Yeah.
No, the lake districts in particular, I was there for their meetings. They would have shown a reduction. They chose to increase the level of service to address a problem, which was the algae blooms in the summer months, as Jeremy recapped. They went for an additional level of service, and they've been doing some restocking.
They don't have anything.
Of fish. That was the comments that you made from them, that they're pretty easy going, not easy going, but it's kind of standard operating, and they've been flat throughout.
Most of their concerns were really just operational level, budgetary. We haven't seen any huge conflicts. The only discussion once that actually went heavy into budget was when it came time to look at the financing for aerators. That was a heavy discussion.
Yeah.
However, once that was kind of put to the back burner and we're on a more of a analyze what's going on with the other lakes before we look at this pivotal investment, let's just hold off and continue to maintain the 24 services a year.
Yeah. What I was surprised at was with everything increasing, that they've held flat.
The contract is still within its lifetime.
Yeah.
So until that contract vents, then we have to go ahead and take a look at a new contract. We'll see if there is an increase to that. There should be, just because it involves fuel to move the boat, the car, the vehicle, the truck to take it. And I don't know too much. I'd have to take a look at the herbicides and so forth used, but those chemicals, unlike grounds maintenance, may have not taken a huge increase like some other fertilizers and so forth. So it is something to look for.
The glyphosate ordinance doesn't impact them? They're allowed to use glyphosate-based herbicides?
They're using mainly based copper sulfate along the shoreline, yeah. So it's heavy copper sulfate and then the dye.
All right, thank you.
Quick question. Water quality-wise, I was in a meeting today talking about what they're trying to do. I know this doesn't connect to canals or the bays, but is there any? They said there were grants available. Is there any maybe grants available for these HOAs lake HOAs to help water quality, which in turn helps just nature in itself?
We looked at this a few years back. The issue lies with some of the ownership of the actual waterway not being owned outright by the town. So that's typically where grants usually gets us tripped up, especially in parks. If we don't own the actual land that we're going to be applying the grant to, sometimes we're not allowed to apply for it.
Perhaps an endowment somewhere, nature endowment somewhere that will take. If you could just ask, to look into that, perhaps maybe, even if it's a couple $100 here, a couple $100 there. I know the county's doing a lot with waterways that connect to the bay, but still, this improves overall quality of life and overall environmental quality.
It's tough because given it can be 15 feet or so into the waterway that it's actually privately owned, so there's we can take a look at it.
Do we have any outfalls going to these stormwater outfalls going to these private lakes, or it's all going into?
I'd have to take a look, but I believe Lake Patricia does for sure. I have to take a look.
So
I think there's one in Royal Oaks that they got a special permission from a property owner to create an easement to be able to create an outfall off of 79th Avenue.
That's not a lake that's managed by the town.
Private lake.
Yeah.
Yes, no, I know it's private, but our stormwater goes into that lake. Perhaps because of that difference, there might be an exception to the scope of any. I'm trying to think out of the box here.
No, we'll definitely take a look at it. I know that we looked at it a few years back, and it didn't prove for anything to come up as far as an applicable grant. But we'll definitely take a look at it and see what else we can do to continue to further those two lakes.
Thank you, brother.
Jeremy, the only other thing I had flagged was for section 1, the speed bumps, right? And I'm surprised. We heard a little bit of speed bump tonight, but not a whole lot. I'm still kind of leaning toward piloting the one lane, the visitor lane, and seeing, monitoring the health of those gate arms and seeing if it leads to an improvement, or if it's flat, or if it makes it worse.
Jeremy, is that the lane that is most problematic or is it the actual resident lane?
I'd have to take a deep analysis to tell you the most problematic. It is the highest frequency used and operated gate arm, just because of the fact that it is a visitor lane. I have those numbers not here in front of me, but it is a good amount difference that lane gets used more than any.
Plus the other one, the resident, there's two right there, so they can
Correct.
split this half and half.
Correct. Well, the exit one does get hit pretty good. That's usually the one that people try to time the most. Yeah. But now I have to take a look in section 1's case, because it was a pretty exuberant difference between resident versus non-resident lane, as
They
far as the
tailgate
usage
through.
and the
They
operation.
tailgate behind another car.
So the residents had more issues, or
No,
the
the
visitors? had more?
visitor lane, yeah.
Okay.
No, that's what I need to confirm. I know that the visitor lane had much more operation as far as the amount of cars that it allowed in.
Okay.
I would think just anecdotally, right? The residents use the gate every day. You get, hopefully the ones that do hit it, learn from hitting it and don't.
And to that extent, I didn't mean to cut you off. We have changed some of our processes. We now mail directly to the property owner when there is an issue. We have tried going through the police report and contacting. We have actually now issued, as of recently, letters directly to the individual that was a part of the incident. And for the one mail out that you've handled, it has already been paid out. So once they're aware that this is your one friendly reminder before we just go straight to your insurance, it has paid dividends. So
Great.
yes, some of those accounts that were brought up we haven't received the funding. We have started the process. We have gone through insurances. That is a pretty tedious task and very time consuming to follow up with insurances. We still do it. So far, this actual new process to mail directly, I know JP worked with legal directly as far as drafting the letter. We give them the heads up. If you don't pay, essentially, we are going forward. We paid directly for the damage done. So if you knocked it off and it cost the time and labor for replacing of 2 bolts, it's the payment for that damage. If you it can be anywhere from $180 all the way up to $600 for a brand new gate arm.
So one of the things that I want to avoid, and I want to make sure that we look at it through that process, is we don't want to create a process that ends up costing us more money than what we're gonna collect back. And in fact, exactly, yeah. Thinking back to Councilman Collazo when he was explaining the how to cost allocate JP's work. The first thing that came to mind about having them log time is the burden of doing that might be counterproductive. We might need to hire an accountant to sit next to him to figure out how to bill all of that out rather than just letting it go. That's in my industry. That's why most IT services are flat rated managed service contracts, because let's say the JP has to call SFM for an issue. He's gonna call for the issue across 4 guard districts. How do you cost allocate that back? Or he's going to order a new A-frame sign to advertise the thing. That's across all 6 events. So he's got to sit there, and we got to figure out, well, I spent an hour doing this, and there's 7 districts, and we may.
And that's the other thing.
Right.
These are all estimates and guesstimates.
Right.
So if you really want to get to the fairness, it's really the only way to get to the fairness.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I was proposing it not because it was actually reality, but that's what we expect from our attorneys.
Yeah, you code it.
That's actually why we're fighting business. Right. Because it's just assumptions of time. But the reality. And that's what they're clamoring.
Is that a motion to adjourn, I hear?
No, yeah. Sounds like what I'm saying is, not only have we overdone what people have to do, we're completely beat it up and beat it up and beat it up, and it's not going to be perfect. It's actually the closest that we've ever gotten to perfection, I think, is this. Right? The fact that we can see it's a constant quality improvement. So I didn't say anything because I want to have a bill every 5 minutes. That's crazy, right? That's what it is, right? They want every penny accounted for to be fair. And we've overdone the job. We beat them up so much that they got. Really, right now, what we're doing is beating ourselves, beating
No, we're waiting for Melissa's flight. We're waiting for your flight. We have time. Well, I think that aside from everything that we've looked at and all the conversation, which, you know, the resident input is really great because it's good to hear them come out, and we haven't had this crowded a room in a while. So this was really, really great turnout. I think the only other thing is to remember the ordinances and how it's written, what the purpose is when we discuss, you know, what the committees propose to us. I hope that the committees understand that we appreciate their work and that we just have to do a little extra because it's what we're required to do.
So before we go, so timeline-wise, right? So there is still from the conversation that I had with Melissa, and you were going to confirm in your Bible of tax filings, the way that this ad valorem assessment works similarly to how the millage works. Exactly. The assessment can be lower than the number that we decided upon before. So we are still in time. It would have to be the August council meeting, but we are still in time based on some of the things that we spoke about today to have Melissa come back to us in the August council meeting with something that looks. I know. With something that. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Does she bill every 30 minutes or no?
All of them.
So, for the proposal that you are requesting for August, it would be then the, what was it, 4.5?
4.5.
And then the direct based on what we had discussed?
Exactly.
Okay.
Of all those line items where, yeah.
With the removal of the excess.
The placeholders.
Exactly. All of those and the reduction of the speed bumps in section 1 to 1,000.
I will figure it out. I always do.
And really quick, just last request. You said a lot of good things about before when the county had this, it was a lot more money. Yeah. And even with the increases, which they're still saving some money there. Just a quick little chart on the last 5, you know, what they were paying before, what they're paying now, to show how much, the value of us doing that. If it's too much trouble, I understand. If it could be a quick little thing, hey, you know, this is what we're saving total. The access.
Yeah,
well, that's hard to quantify. But I'm just saying, you mentioned it. You gave a number. It was a couple $100 difference, even with the increases this year. Just that little difference in what they're getting for their money is to show on the record, you know, actually we're providing services and we're saving the money from the county.
Let's not forget that a majority of this council went to a Board of County Commissioners meeting and was almost not allowed to speak in front of that body regarding an important issue. Yeah, but most of us were there, and what we afforded the residents tonight was an opportunity to speak to us directly that they would have never been able to do at the county level.
And to that extent, as far as staff and previous staff, we meet almost monthly with the majority of these committees, not quarterly, not biannual, just a set budget. So this is ongoing meetings, month in and month out, for the most part, with all these committees to go over anything, operations, issues, concerns. As they mentioned, we try to bring in our contracted vendors with us. So we meet at length, and my card is always given to any resident has an issue. JP's card now is always given to anybody who has an issue. So, I mean, we stand here ready to help.
So to all the staff that's here, thank you guys very much. I got to see a 3-hour glimpse behind the scenes of how the sausage is made, and the kitchen is very clean. So I'm very, very happy to see that.
The kitchen's clean. I like that.
And that's just NSD's. There's a whole entire other part of the budget.
I'll be in your office on Wednesday to go over that.